Please run the likes, run the likes way up. As you enter into the sanctuary, we need all of those things. I need all the likes. Let's unfollow the algorithm. Happy Sunday. Hope you guys have had a wonderful weekend. What's going on, Conscious Crew? You already know what we're here to get into. Before we do so, please go ahead and run those likes all the way up. Thumbing up the video not only helps with YouTube's algorithm, but more importantly, it triggers up YouTube's notification system. So when you are thumbing up the video, you are literally knocking on the digital door of another Conscious Crew member and telling them to get their black asses into the sanctuary. Also, if you enjoy everything that Kane does here, you can always donate to the platform at $Consciouztv or on Cash App and or PayPal.me/Consciouztv, and that is conscious spelled with the Z on the end, just like it is here on the channel. All donation information is in the description box below, as well as scrolling from right to left in red and white at the bottom of the live stream. My moderators also reshare all links. And once again, please make sure that you guys are thumbing up the video as you guys are entering the sanctuary. Also, make sure that you have your notification bell set to all so that you never miss a day or hour when the King is in fact King. And then last but not least, please share the stream out to wherever it is you have digital community, whether that be your YouTube community, wall, your Snapchat, your MySpace, the dark side of Twitter, Tumblr, or your personal OF. I don't really give a damn where you in fact lay the link. Just let them whores know that we're loud, live, and in color. And with no further ado, let's go ahead and push on through.
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
What's going on, Conscious Crew? Happy Sunday. Make sure you got the thumb up the video. We need all of that. Y'all get these likes, get these likes up. Happy Sunday. Let me go ahead down. Roll call. What's going on, Tam Tam? Hey, Santayana. What's going on, Ian Gardner? Hey, Nurse Moonshine. What's going on, Deanna? What's going on, Janice? Hey, My Styles by Stevie, who says, Happy Sunday, gorgeous. Hey, boo. I'm still on a high after yesterday. We celebrated my grandmother's 82nd birthday. She looks incredible. Happy belated birthday, Grandma Stevie. Sending light and love and more prosperous, beautiful, gorgeous, healthy, wealthy years for Grandma Stevie. My grandmother will be 96 this year. Child, she old, baby, she vintage, honey. She's an antique at this damn point, child. You know, them people from that generation, baby, they just know how to live. They just know how to live, baby. They are going to live to see Jesus come through that sky, baby. They're not going to let the rapture miss them, child. What's going on, Coach Leslie? Hey, boo, happy Sunday. Hey, Kimmy, who says, thank goodness the King is live because YouTube been so dry today. Happy Sunday to you, baby mother. What's going on, baby father Deshaun? What's going on, Reed? Hey, y'all. What's going on, St. Marquise? What's going on, lovely Lisa? Hey, my love. What's going on, Lady Quantum Love? Hey, everybody. So you guys know I couldn't get into a gay-ass topic without the prince of the gays himself, Bubs, the motherfucking God. What's going
Not
on,
the prince of the gays. Ooh.
Prince,
What's going on?
I'm the king and the queen of the gays.
I can see that, yes. What's going on, Conscious Crew? How's everybody doing? To Queen Stevie's grandmother, happy belated birthday.
Yes.
Shout out to her and the family. Shout out to King Deshaun, okay? Because no shade, girl. I'm going to have to owe him some pipe. All the work he be doing. So I got to say hey to him. What's going on, y'all? Yes, the gay niggas here.
And how's your Sunday going today?
It is going really, really good. I even forgot that today was Sunday. Because I don't even think about days so much. I be in my own shit. Exactly. You don't know what day it is. But I'm glad to be here. And to get into this conversation. No shade.
Yes, it's a lot going on. You know, the gays just stay on everybody's mind, baby. The trans girls, the gay men, you know, them lesbians and them trans men, they just got so easy these days. It's really all the trans girls and I'm saying the loving men that be getting all the motherfuckers. My God, in my next life, I'm coming back as a trans man. I'll come back as a whole lesbian woman. Because I can't do this no more. I can't do it no more. So I guess we're going to get started with this week's earlier LGBT controversy, which came out of the Carters, aka the Knowles family, Beyonce's nephew and Solange's very first child, the oldest. Juelz Smith found himself sandwiched and at the center of controversy after he made an appearance at a LGBT event. And things kind of went left, and him and the penitentiary cornrows have been getting dragged ever since, child. Let's go ahead and head over to the blogs. So, GAYE magazine reported that last night, as in several days ago, Juelz Smith hosted an LGBTQ plus night in Atlanta at Club Opium. Gays, thank you all for joining. As seen during the live, Juelz declined to participate in the scheduled interview and declined to provide a shout out to the community upon arriving. My God, today, let's get into this footage.
We're gonna get your interview outside when you leave. That's cool. You're not doing one? Okay, cool.
Okay, so that's either the founder or one of the employees of GAYE magazine who had a scheduled interview with Juelz. It was a part of his package deal as a result of being a hired quote unquote celebrity. And as you can see here, they are asking him if he's still cool and down to do the interview, and he politely declines, and he refuses to also shake hands. He gives an old nasty piece of lazy fist bump and continues to look down in his phone with his hoodie on, dressed like Trayvon Martin in the motherfucking club.
Oh Lord.
Jesus Christ. Okay, now here is the interviewer. I'm assuming he's about to interview maybe some of the LGBT girls, some of the butch queens outside the event.
Can nobody hear you, friend?
Shout out to the short kings.
So what question you got? What's your name, sir? My name's Saya Benga. We from Saya Benga, Brooklyn, New York. It shows a lot. Okay, shit popping, shit going on.
Okay, so this individual apparently is Juelz's friend who is eager. He's happy for the spotlight. You know, shout out for a good clout chaser. And, you know, he all up in the headlights, baby. He ain't got no problem shouting out the community.
None.
These get fucking my brother Juelz. Is this your first time at this club? No, this is my first time. It's like my 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th. What's up? I feel it. Tell me what question you got. All right, well, man. Well, what's your opinions on straight men hosting LGBT events? I love LGBTQ. Okay. The community. We outside. Shit going on. I feel it. We got shit popping. And you from New York. Y'all realize y'all a lot diverse. Going. Yeah. Shout out LGBTQ. Turn outside. Appreciate you. How can they follow you, fam? Follow me on Instagram. Saya Benga. We outside. Yo, make sure y'all tune to the Melt Gallery. We outside. All that. Most definitely. Appreciate you, fam. We going up. Yes, sir.
This is the type of brotherly love that we needed in the LGBT community. That was so friendly, and it came off so genuine. It ain't even come off performative.
And
what you think?
This is what Homeboy should have been giving.
This is what he was paid to give.
Yes, we should have been giving. But we already knew that it was going to be lackluster because there was a video of him like promoting it. He was just so, hey, what's going on, guys? I got this going on. Whoop de whoop de whoop. Just very dry. Like, this is the energy that was needed. But of course, if you do this, we know what the narrative is going to be. We're going to get into that later. But I didn't see this video. Okay. I didn't see this one. Okay.
Casual question. So what's your opinions on when it comes to straight men hosting LGBT event? I love it. Okay.
It's so important because it shows that gay men and straight men can be cordial. Doesn't have to be sexual. we don't want straight men.
Let them know.
We don't want.
So basically, EJ Johnson had to come through and fuck it all up for the girls.
Men. Okay. It's like it's annoying actually, because like I'm just existing, and then straight men think I want them, and it's just like, no, nigga, you're insecure. You want me.
Let them know. They trying to be like you. Come on, the body is body, Fred.
Not like me.
Talk about the, you know,
Not like
you look
me.
fit.
Not like
Okay,
me.
okay.
They want me.
Oh, okay.
That's the difference. And I don't want to like, and like, it's annoying. It's upsetting.
Did that make them straight though?
Huh?
Did that make them straight?
It doesn't make them straight. It makes you fluid, which is better.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah. Okay, I have a question. So what's your opinion? You hear, you know, Juelz is on his way. You here to see him? Joel Smith.
I'm just here with my cousins. We party.
Oh, okay. Are you enjoying yourself so far?
Cool. It's a little, you know what I'm saying?
It's
Turn
early.
down a little bit, but you know, hopefully it pipe on.
So, but you know, Juelz, and this is his first LGBT event here in Atlanta, Georgia. What's your opinions when it comes to straight men or straight women hosting LGBT events?
You know, you comfortable. You know, do what you want to do.
I feel it.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, you know, you be yourself.
Yeah.
But why do you think it's a thing where,
At the end of the day, the motherfucking day got in.
Hello.
just to say we go to a straight club, right? It's all cool for us to go to a straight club. Ain't nobody gonna question anything. But if like my straight homie pull up and he comes to party with us, everybody gonna assume that he gay.
I don't know.
It's a thing with our culture we need to change. You feel like?
I feel like folks just need to just relax, like just vibe.
Exactly. Because that's all we is a vibe.
Let go and let gay.
You hear, you know, Juelz is on his way here tonight.
You know, just can't, you know, support rock stars, Juju, they doing their thing tonight. You know, Juelz is here, all the fireworks, good shit.
Yes, yes. What's your opinions on straight men hosting LGBT events? Would you want one to host one of your events?
I personally, so for me, for a straight man to host my event, it has to be somebody that's an ally. Okay. And actively an ally, have made it clear they're an ally, you know, those types of things.
Right.
Yeah.
You say actively an ally. What does that look like to you?
Meaning, you know, the things that we have going on. I mean, unfortunately, you know, times have changed, so we do have straight men and women that do speak up for us. Right. You know what I mean? They're in their actions, etc. You don't see them disrespecting us. I feel like that's actively an ally. You know what I mean? Unfortunately, our support is not present. I mean, it's not as noticeable, it's not there, but the fact that you're, you know what I mean, you're not bashing us, you know what I mean? And the fact that you're showing up, that shows that you are an ally.
Here tonight.
You know, just can't, you know.
I feel it. What's your opinions on, as a woman, what's your opinions on straight men hosting LGBT events? You think it should be more inclusive? Definitely. Well, why is it a thing that when you see people like that, people automatically assume that the person is a part of the LGBT community? Why can't they just show love?
I feel like because that's still something that's becoming more like common.
Yeah.
Like more people are becoming more used to it still. Like, you know what I'm saying?
I feel it.
Sadly.
But it's coming though.
It's
Progress
coming,
here.
Yeah, it's on the way though.
I feel
You know
it.
what I'm saying?
If you don't mind, man, how old are you?
I'm 22.
So yeah, so I would say one thing I love about your generation is that y'all a lot more open than we were.
Yeah.
Of course, you got to shout out to the millennials. We kicked it off.
You
a millennial?
We were just talking about this. We was at happy hour. We was just talking about
Well, what was I saying about us millennials?
We were just saying, like, we was like, what generation are we in? And we was like, we Gen Z, so then that means that they're the millennials. But we was like, damn, but we was talking about our parents.
Yeah. What is your opinions when it comes to straight men or women hosting LGBT events?
Well, you know, I really just I don't believe in labels, to be honest.
Okay.
So I think, like, you know, people just should get together and have fun in general.
Yeah.
So, like, I don't believe in being, like, I know that people have labels and it's important, but for me, I just think it's important to just be human, to be yourself, to be accepted. Like, you know, we're all humans at the end of the day. No one should have to feel some type of way, like gay, straight, bi, whatever it is. Right. Be you. You don't affect what anybody else is. So I appreciate that, you know, our allies step out and represent and show, you know, the world that, like, hey, these are people who like to have a good time. It's not a thing about preference or anything like that. It's not a preference. It's not a lifestyle. It's just being human. That's all it is.
What is your
The lucrative component?
most definitely? Because you know, a lot of the when it comes to a lot of the straight men specifically, because I know a lot of women, you know, they're free, they're carefree, but when it comes to the straight men, they have an issue or they feel uncomfortable coming to gay clubs. But like when it comes to us, we can come and support the straight community. But you know, do you feel like that's a thing that as a culture, as a black culture, we should change, or you think it's an issue with the black culture and also us in the gay community that we judge people based off of where they're, who they associate with?
You know what the thing is? I think we have to accept that as just black people, we are very judgmental. That's just who we are. Period. I don't. It doesn't matter. Like and I think that's a gift. Like I think we see stuff for the way it is a lot of times. So gay, straight, I don't think it matters. But I do think that when it comes to supporting the different spaces, you know, I have a lot of straight friends who go to gay spaces and they enjoy it. They have a great time. Gay male from the lucrative component. To me, I think allyship probably looks like.
Now, do he want this man's dick? You giving him a lot of camera time, girl.
But in ways that are not lucrative.
Okay.
So, you know, I think like, I mean, and not anything towards this event or anything like that, but I think sometimes we see allies step in when it can be lucrative or when it can like affect their, you know, celebrity status or status in general.
Right.
I think finding LGBTQ IA plus members of the community who do film and say, hey, come into my space, let me help you out. Who are in real estate and say, hey, come into my space, let me help you out. I think that's what allyship really looks like. Because I think that's what people do in general. You meet friends and you're like, hey, you know what? I got this thing over here. I think it'd be beneficial for both of us.
Right.
And not just like, I'm stepping into the space. This is going to make me look good. I'm going to make.
Hey, yo, it's that Bookworm Game Magazine. We here at Opium and ATL.
All right, so far. So what do you think, Bubs, about Juelz? I've been calling this man Juelz. Juelz.
I know.
Smith.
I want to say Juelz Santana. Juelz Santana.
Now, to add for the context, he did release a statement the next day or over the 48 hours after this moment and said them interviews cost too, buddy. So I guess his excuse was, baby, y'all got to run me the paper for everything. But the gag about it is that the interview was included in his paid gig. It was a part of what he got paid to come and do. You came to shout out. You came to shuck and jive. You came to vote, girl. And then you came there with your head down and ain't want to talk to nobody and was fist bumping the bitches like this is the Jersey Shore. So what do you have to say about his attitude?
His attitude was piss poor, and at this point, we ain't paying for no damn interview, because if you perform like this, we know the interview gonna be trash, and we gotta transcribe what the hell you saying, everything. As far as straight people hosting queer events, at this fucking point, I'm going to say no. Homegirl, if anything, you can come be a part of it. You can help perform in it. You can be a part of it. But as far as hosting or headlining it, no. And this is the problem that I have with the queer community, and we can see a few of the comments here. They hire everyone but our own. You know what I mean? So, and that's obviously true. Like, here it is. The comment underneath, you see an individual named Dames with his fine ass. Dames is a content creator, is an artist. Okay, Dames was also had like a little snippet inside of Beyonce's Renaissance film. He is also a part of, I think, a Grammy board or something, like a Academy or something. So he's very notable. He has accolades behind him on his belt. He's out here actively doing the work, and he's also using his platform in form of activism. So he would have been a perfect person to come in and host. I mean, first of all, Dames is very easy on the damn eyes, very energetic, very charismatic, would have been able to give the girls exactly what they wanted and would have made the girls feel safe. But because of this society and how, like you said earlier, trans women and gay men, especially those that are feminine, they don't really have access to, quote unquote, the stereotypical masculine energy, in a sense. So you have someone who is portraying that, and we will allow them into our spaces when they have not even earned to be in our spaces. Do you get what I'm saying? We're helping to elevate these individuals who literally come into our spaces and treat us like this. I mean, look at what happened with NLE Chopper. Like, shout out to him. Even though he's more conscious, he had to have females around. He had to, have a security or a barrage of niggas around him. Same thing here. Got a whole bunch of females around. Got a whole bunch of niggas around. Like, you're creating this space to protect yourself when you're supposed to be here to host, to do your damn job. And this is what happens. So I think it's on both of us. When it comes down to allyship, if somebody wants to host a queer event, then this person needs to host a queer event for straight people to help them understand more about queerness. That's allyship. Why are you coming into our space to host an event? Like, unless we call you in for something as far as a gift that you have that we feel like we'll be able to, compliment what we got going on. But as far as you being the headliner, no, we cool. We need to headline our own. We need to employ our own. We need to uplift our own. And there are so many queer content creators, so many queer artists that could have really used the shine and, the notoriety from these events. But that's just me.
So I don't have a problem with straight folk being in queer spaces or even being hired talent, but can the LGBT community do some freaking vetting and stop being pygmishas? Because y'all done hired so many problematic ass people for events that center LGBT people. Y'all continue to hire Kaya after she was going in on trans women, going in on the LGBT community. Y'all continue to hire JT for club appearances who have made anti-LGBT comments in the past.
Yep.
Y'all, or was it Young Miami? Young Miami or JT are both damn 304s. Now we got Juelz. Like, being this hungry for hetero validation is insanity. It's already bad enough that Juelz doesn't have any other goddamn talent aside from having Creole blood in his damn veins. But then to have hired someone who literally has not done anything up to this very point to demonstrate that he even is an ally, has not said anything on behalf of LGBT folk who are, getting tore the hell up by this current administration. If there's any time for our allies to be hanging out of the windows, hooting and hollering and stumping the ground and helping to combat some of this heat and some of this political violence that LGBT people are experiencing, the time would be now. And I haven't seen Juelz a part of the 1 Million Man march on behalf of LGBT liberation. So I was confused as to why he's even there to start. I would like to the other young man's point who was interviewed. I would like our actual allies to be there, not just because it's a celebrity and there is clout to be obtained. We don't do ourselves any service. This man has so much privilege and was so full of himself and arrogant that he didn't even think that he had to do anything but just present his body. And obviously he was there to simply take and to collect a check. And I don't understand why there was no pushback from the club promoter. I know people don't want to squander over business ventures, etc. But where's the backbone here? Like, who was going to check the fuck out of Juelz and tell him that you're here to do a job, and if you don't do that job, then you will receive partial pay, because your pay included a paid interview. And this interview was premeditated. It was vetted before we legitimize it. And now you're sitting in the space talking about what you ain't gonna do, and you ain't doing shit. Like, it's just so unnecessary. This was completely preventable. Yeah. It gives so much thirst when it comes to our community. And at this point, there are so many wonderful, talented LGBT individuals. Like, rather than seeing Juelz there, I would have loved to have seen Sweet Face Killer, aka Ghostface Killer's child there, who had a banging record last year, who is an incredible performer, completely gorgeous, and deserves all of the things. Like, there's so many actual talented people to be put in place, and our own people. So, you know, if the community didn't know, it's okay for us to stick to our own for now. It's okay for us to help our own fucking community. You know, every other community is kind of reading the room right now. Like, Black people staying up out of white folks' business, and the LGBT community. Like, we need to tend to our own too, and be worried about platforming and leveraging and really engrossing our own movement, because it's enough of us at this point to do that, and it's enough of us in very powerful positions. It's enough of us in mainstream. Hell, I would have even preferred to have hired coked out ass Lil Nas X to have been there, child. Like, girl, I would have even settled for Caitlyn Jenner Bruce, aka Bobby Light's ass, being down there over
Did they survive?
Juelz, girl. Like, anybody. I mean, anybody else would have made sense. I just don't get it.
Yeah, agreed.
Now, moving on to the second part of Mr. Juelz. Also, a recent interview popped up in the algorithm of Juelz talking about how he's been stigmatized as being LGBT since he basically was a young teen boy. So check out what he has to say here. Let me refresh this.
Come on, receipts.
What's the hardest part about being you?
Misconceptions.
What are the misconceptions?
I'm good. No,
I am good.
pretty like that.
I do.
Like, you want to know something that's so crazy?
What's crazy?
You know, like, in the start of my life, I used to, like,
This is back to the art.
nah, for sure. Look, you know, like, the first time I ever heard myself in the media was I was in 7th grade, and my mom had posted this picture of me. I was dressed as LL Cool J. I had, like, this red jumpsuit. Yes. I'm 13 at the time. Mind you, I had a girlfriend at the time. I went to school, and my girlfriend showed me a picture that my mom posted. It was on some media shit. And these grown-ass adults was calling me gay at 13 because they were saying I'm pretty cool. And all this. So look, so this is how I kind of think of it. I'm tired of modeling, and I went from bashing women to automatically now I'm gay. And then look, listen, I just declined the interview at the spot, and now I'm homophobic. So I went from bashing women to now I'm gay to now I hate gay people. So it's kind of, you know, just let them say what they want to say.
They're going to say whatever, and they're always going to have something to say. The most romantic thing he's done or gift that he's given. Have you been in a relationship?
Okay, so first of all, it's the narcissism for me. Like, girl, you are not the victim. You are not the victim of Juelz. You're not the victim, ma'am. Okay, so as if you came and did a noble thing, and for no reason at all, you are experiencing backlash. No, you were unprofessional. Yeah. You were rude. You were stuck up, and you did not fulfill, nor did you clearly understand the assignment. And you deserve all of the heat that you're getting from the community and their allies. But returning back to his sentiment about the first time that he saw his self in the media was when his mother, for whatever reason, showed him a post where he was being bashed by grown-ass adults and being considered gay, or he was being hypersexualized as a perceived gay man. Now, I'm also curious to know what Solange even thinking. Like, were you secretly trying to also get your son to come out to you, but you did it through this really weird ass way by showing him a bunch of weirdos on the internet being hyper curious about his orientation? Because that's a weird thing to show a young man, especially with this family being so kind of like anti-social media. But I know Solange is kind of different. Like, I know that bitch thinks she's an African woman and be walking barefoot and shit through cotton fields. So, you know, she ain't quite like Beyonce in that way. So, you know, this is the bitch who is doing a nunchucks and spinning bird kicks on Jay-Z's genitals and elevators. You know, she's very different, girl. Okay, definitely give that bitch a window seat, girl. Give her a window seat and keep her from the exit. So what do you have to say about his sentiments around being perceived as gay.
I could have been in love by now if it wasn't for Tony. That's very interesting because I think, as I believe Divine said it in the comments, like, I'll get to that. With him dealing with grown-ass people being obsessed with his quote-unquote possible sexuality at a very young age, again, it shows that we as Americans, especially men across the board, have been hyper-sexualized. Because this person, according to society, would have more of an exotic look. There's already this twisted perception on that as far as I need to dominate that or conquer that sexually. And for him to be that young, I mean, it proves that, again, these are grown-ass people projecting these things onto children. We talk so much about, oh, well, it's the queer people, y'all trying to make the kids queer. But here it is. There are other heterosexual straight men that are just assuming that this person is queer. So, again, this is a systemic thing. As Divine said earlier in the comments, as far as the video is concerned, we can see how comfortable he is talking to this woman interviewing him, but you couldn't be that comfortable at the queer spot that you knew that you were going to, the queer spot that you knew that you were going to be contractually obligated to. And it makes sense on how in this interview you come very comfortable, chill, laid back, but then when you at the spot, you over here dressed like quote unquote trade. You very standoffish, doing trade behavior publicly. So that's very weird. Like, if you're already dealing with these misconceptions about you being possibly queer, this would have been the perfect opportunity for you to walk in your truth as far as being comfortable with who you are and saying, hey, I am a heterosexual man that can be around queer people. And I mean, you're part of a higher echelon family. You're around queer people, I'm pretty sure, a lot. So you haven't built that comfortability yet. And when you're at these high profile events, you don't mind dressing in ways that society would consider to be very feminine. You could have the outfits that you wore with the rose on your lapel, you could have wore that at the event. But again, you don't want people's assumptions of you possibly being queer to be affirmed. So now you're trying to deny it, which is very, very interesting to me. I mean, girl, look at how you holding your shit. That could be considered as queer, girl. Look at how you eat, girl. Just
no shade, no tea. I was just gonna say, girl, it's giving gay bestie. It's giving bestie westie. It's giving gay bestie westie, girl. It's giving teacup party in the house.
Okay.
But like, he does have notable feminine tendencies, but that also is not synonymous with being gay. But he definitely has notable feminine tendencies. And I think it's kind of cool that he wears it like on the sleeve. Like, I don't know if he recognizes some of his tendencies as feminine, but he definitely has perceivable feminine tendencies, and he doesn't seem to be dressing them up. Maybe that's why people do feel or assume he is same gender loving.
But again, like that feminine, some of the what would be considered the feminine aspects or expressions or gestures. For example, like if he was to go to the event and he was kind of talking with his hands like this, and then they're like, "Oh my God, bestie," and it's like, "Oh my God, bestie," like it's that camaraderie moment of like you're doing your job. There are going to be insecure ass niggas that's going to be pointing like, there it is. I told you that nigga gay. So again, it's more so about the perception of what other people are going to think, or that if you do connect with something that society at large has deemed to be gay, like you said, just because a motherfucker has feminine tendencies or gestures doesn't automatically make them queer. There are masculine gay men that are gay. No shade.
There are.
It's just that if
shout out to JD Vance.
Again, this could have been the opportunity again for him to show heterosexual men, hey, this is what being confident in your sexuality looks like. That's being more of a man, if you ask me, because
I think that he thinks he was actually doing that, which is why he even took the gig. Why he kind of half-ass did it was kind of weird, but I guess to his argument, he will be able to argue, I am comfortable. Why the hell do you think I took the check?
But you comfortable when you took the check. But when it came time for you to do the work for the check, you were very standoffish. You weren't talking to people. You wasn't getting on the mic. Hey, what's up, Opium Lounge? How y'all feeling? Y'all feeling good? Hey. You wasn't performing. You literally was sitting down, had your hoodie on, and was on your phone and had to have a whole bunch of women around you. Because again, this is a public thing. So I have to make sure that my image, I have to make sure that my optics look good to counteract the narrative. Because again, they're already assuming that this nigga gay because you going to the gay club.
Bitch,
you going to the gay space. You going to the gay event. And you publicly saying this?
You better make sure that you don't run into his goddamn mama. You talking about my baby. You talking about my baby.
No, you need to go over there and tornado kick mama nose gumbo stand. That's what you need to do, is do that over there. Do the Hadouken over there, not over on me.
Because them niggas is over there hospitalized and everything with that goddamn witch's brew.
Okay, glorified pig feet juice, girl. But I mean, even look at the picture, girl. I could be a hyper actualized red pill nigga right now. Look at how they looking right now. He looking like, what is how you suck the dick? And she like, no, you got to open up your mouth more. See how my mouth is open? Oh, like this. See, they could take and that's the narrative in their own mind. So you dealing with insecure ass people who really have these erotic ass fantasies in their mind that they can't deal with. They can't walk through.
They do look like they're having a very engaging conversation about last night straight.
I mean, and I wonder, is her baby hair, is that hers, or were they like put on in post? Like, what's going on? It looked cute though.
Okay, hello. Now let's not do sister girl. She ain't doing nothing wrong here.
No, I'm just saying. I was just curious because when I first saw it again, and this is me being ignorant, so please.
They look like her natural edges.
I mean, I'm just saying it just looked very extravagant. Just
Queen ain't got nothing to do with this, honey. She's only providing.
She ain't catching no
only providing a safe space.
She not catching no strays. I ain't
got
time. Listen.
So that we can
I am not.
But I would agree
no
with
shots
you,
or no strays.
Baby hairs are very divine.
That's what I'm saying. I ain't trying to put no narrative out. Oh, there's always gay men against black women. Like, no, I'm just saying.
Majestic baby hairs.
That would be like her seeing me in public and being like, oh my god, you're so short,
bitch. Because I'm a majestic ass bitch from the neck up too.
Oh yes, you are, girl. You are very sick. You are a unicorn, bitch. You got so many a peacock. You got so many different colors and shit. Yes, but I'm just saying it's very interesting. Just like my height is interesting. She taller than me, so do your damn thing.
Now, hey, Storm. Storm says, I don't believe that story. I think he made that up, baby. As much as he know that his mama is an ass kicker, I don't think he would allow his mammy in public.
Okay, because my mama whooped all y'all ass.
Yeah. I don't think he would allow his mammy, baby.
Mortal Kombat.
Maybe if this was a secret conversation, but I don't think he would conjure up that story.
Girl, he over here looking like a lighter skinned Duran Bernard a little bit, girl. No shade.
Stephen Black says this should be a teachable moment for the LGBTQ plus community to stop giving our money and affection to people who don't rock with us. Yes, like
come on, Stephen.
Let some of these people have produced some evidence that they have rocked with us before y'all rock a check into their pocket, because this man has no pro LGBT history prior to being hired to be clout for the night.
And I don't know if it's because he's so closely associated to Beyonce that some of the gays are like, "Oh, girl, like,
girl, we can rollover effect." Yeah, no,
and no shade. Somebody said in the comments earlier, and we do have those gays, like you said, the pick-me's, who be like, "Oh, they may try to get at him, or may try to test him, or may try him," because again, since we're talking about men being predatorial, that also mean gay men can be predatorial as well. So Go ahead.
South by TV said, you get someone who has done work for the community to host a pride event, not because of desirability, not because of the proximity to wanting to be in a space with straight folk, when some of them do. Yeah, like, come on, folk. We gotta do better. Y'all ain't tired yet, community. Y'all just not tired. This shit ain't tired yet. Y'all ain't just tired. I'm tired. Like, this is 1, 2, 3 PR. 1, 2, 3. How to do this shit is love the people who openly love you.
Hello.
Plenty of folks needed a check. It was not no damn Juelz Smith. Thank
doesn't
you,
mean
Merchant, who said that they got cash apps at the top of the month for me and Bubs, baby.
hey, yeah,
we will,
thank
thank
you.
you and advance me. We will be sending you a notification as a reminder, of course.
Hey.
Yeah, this is a mess. But I agree with everything that you said about, just the obsession people have with sexuality. On one hand, the same dominant society wants to say, let the kids be kids, but then as soon as y'all perceive one effeminate trait within a male child, then y'all get to sexualizing, talking about y'all always knew and they gonna grow up to be gay and all of that. So are we gonna let the kids actually be kids, or we gonna project our imaginations and assumptions onto them based upon shallow physical external characteristics?
Girl, are you gonna let them be Chuck E. Cheese where a kid can be a kid, or y'all gonna continue that piece of gay-ish? I'm just saying.
Hey, Vicky, who says, I got dragged to church but had CTV and Bubs on my headphones, which is way better than, oh my God, that you have us.
Come on, I know that's right.
On in the house of the Lord. The house of the Lord. I hope it wasn't Archbishop Bernard Jordan up there teaching you. I hope you wasn't in that. I hope it wasn't Zoe Ministries you was attending today, Vicky.
Oh, Lord.
All right, let's move it along here. We're going to put Juelz Smith on the sick and shut-in list. We got to get into, my God, probably the biggest disappointment for me this week, because Xavier Smalls was somebody that I was hoping to take away and rip away from his wife and have my way with, because
Lord.
he's one of my favorite part-time, barely there, obnoxious, pointless characters on Black and Beauty, which is a whole hit show, and Tyler Perry just dropped part 2 of season 2 the other night, and I've been getting my life, and why did this have to happen? Now, Xavier Smalls was on a live stream running that sucker, and this is what he had to say that also put his ass into a controversial knot with the LGBT community.
Yes, God does love you, right? But he loves all his children. Whether you're an atheist, whether you curse him, whether you live in sin, whether you drunk, smoke weed, whether you do whatever, he still loves you, right? But he'll send you to hell because when you die, there's only 2 places, right? And if you live in sin on this earth, he's so holy, he's so grand beyond our imagination. You can't kick it with him in heaven. Not because.
Now look at this person. The person who's screen recording this is about to put is typing the question in real time. LGBT members are going to
Ryan Chavo got listening. We got a time.
Hell. So I guess this is what he was responding to, is this comment.
Not because he doesn't love you, but because he's so holy, he can't dwell with unholy people. And that goes for other sinners. Scoffers, mockers, liars, all things that are an abomination. It's not just the LGBT. It's if you're drunk, like if you're an alcoholic, if you are a murderer, like these are all sins that God doesn't tolerate.
I'm gonna let you go first.
I guess the question that I have for individuals like this who educate about the Bible, or as someone said in the comments, are, when they speak for God, I would like to know, how are you so sure that your feet not gonna hit the fire if we're going to look at it through that lens? What makes you exempt? How are you in a place where you're able to share this information from a space of awareness? How? But it's crazy because when you ask these people these questions, all of a sudden, the grace and the mercy that somehow is not extended to all these other groups of people, somehow you can think of ways of how that grace and mercy extends to you. And yet, again, y'all claim to love God so much, but will continue to, quote unquote, sell him out for a check. The same God that you just said that is not going to be able to allow unholy people to kick it in heaven with him because it is holy. He is holy. But yet, didn't it say in the scriptures that what profits a man to gain the world and lose his soul, but yet you're taking those gay ass checks, and no shade from an individual who allegedly is doing homosexual stuff. You're on a platform and a show that I haven't seen yet, even though CTV tells me I need to watch it, where there is queer stuff happening. If I'm not mistaken, you're playing an escort to a same gender loving character on the show. Nothing in your spirit said, no, I can't do this. Tyler, you should be ashamed of yourself, nigga. You started off with God. Now we see where you at. I'm leaving. No, because then if you walk away from all of this, then you're letting go of this idea of how God has blessed you. And you're forgetting that God can still bless you again, right? That the wealth of the wicked is laid up for the just, right? So if you were to leave this production because your spirit is now convicted, because you're dwelling amongst people who are going to hell and you're not telling them the good news, but you're actually participating in the ideology that you claim by the book is going to send them to hell, you should be able to walk away from that confidently and know that God's going to take care of you. And no shade, in this climate that might happen, because organized religion is on its last breath, and they need as many people as possible to keep that motherfucker alive. So for him to say that, it's just very interesting, because it's like, are you going to be on season 3 now? There's going to have to be some big changes, and be grateful, because now God can use you as an example or a conduit of what that transformation looks like, since you're connected to him and LGBT people are not. God still loves them, but allegedly we're not connected to it, but you are. That's very interesting to me.
Yeah, because I'm trying to figure out how is a man preaching scripture and who's going to and not going to inherit the kingdom of heaven playing a role that his Bible speaks completely against. You're playing an escort, a stripper, a thief, and a baby father. Damn. Make it make sense. You know, I love when people decide when they do and don't want to be a Christian, because he didn't give a damn about his faith and what he stood for when he was signing his John Hancock on the dotted line.
Yeah.
Not to mention that you are citing verses about all these people, not just homosexuals, but all these people who apparently are not going to inherit the kingdom of heaven. None of these people which are bothering you, but that same Christianity don't have you also saying anything about the allegations in 2 lawsuits against your boss, Tyler Perry, for SA and sexual grooming and sexual assault. So not only are you playing a whole abomination and playing a role of the 7 deadly sins, but you're also working for someone who's being sued in 2 different suits for SA against other men. Xavier Smalls, are you okay, sir? But while we're here speaking about the Bible, let's talk about the Bible, and let's talk a little bit about homosexuality, and let's talk about that particular verse that he's speaking of, because of course in the King James version of the scripture it reads 1 Corinthians 6. Don't you realize that those who do wrong will not inherit the kingdom of God? Don't fool yourselves. Those who indulge in sexual sin, or who worship idols, or commit adultery, or are male prostitutes, or practice homosexuality, or are thieves, or greedy people like Xavier Smalls, or drunkards, or are abusive or cheat people, none of these will inherit the kingdom of God. Some of you were once like that, but you were cleansed, you were made holy, you were made right with God by calling on the name of the Lord Jesus Christ and by the Spirit of our God. Well, you know what's interesting, and this is why reading doesn't always equate to understanding, because the 2 words used here for homosexual are malakoi and arsenokoite, which were combined to create the word homosexual that appears in translations after 1946. Malakoi is translated as effeminate or having the traits of a woman socially and sexually. And arsenokoite are translated as men who exploit men sexually to gain social power. That would be similar to the allegations against his boss. Now, what's interesting is that modern translators took two words that describe behavior and made that behavior into a kind of person, hence a homosexual. What's funny is that earlier commentary literature, which were books that nuanced and expounded upon the meanings of words, for example, the word malakoi, which translated later as homosexual, according to those commentaries, actually described someone who is soft, a coward, lazy, decadent, can't tolerate manual labor, indulges in sex and alcohol, love gourmet food, reads too much. In other words, what today would be considered a privileged person, someone born with the silver spoon in their mouths, or what we would call, in other regards, an incel, a pussy ass nigga, if you will. And all those characteristics would get later translated as homosexual. The motherfucking gag, right? The second word, arsenokoite, is a compound word that combines arsen, meaning male, and koite as bed. So you get male bed when combined. Now, scholars have struggled to figure out what the context of this word was because arsenokoite over a 600-year period was only found in use in about 100 or so literatures and was assumed by scholars to be a word Paul, the Apostle Paul, practically made up out of thin air. Scholars didn't know where the word came from, but it appears for the first time in the letters of Paul and in a text called the Second Silver Line Oracle. And the context of this word in every case is abusive behavior. In the historical documents of Silver Line oracles from the 1st century and the Acts of John from the 2nd century, where there's two distinct lists, one list of economic sins, and the second list is of sexual sins. And guess where the word arsenokoite is at? It's on the list of economic sins and was associated with economic exploitation by means of sex. Think of R. Kelly, P. Diddy, Jeffrey Epstein, or Harvey Weinstein, a word contextually associated with abuse of power by means of sex, using sex for social or economic gain. Think of gold diggers, adult entertainers, prostitutes, opportunists, unjust or coercive use of another person sexually. This word arsenokoite would later be translated to homosexual, just like malakoi. How about that? Now, in either descriptions of those two words, do they describe a sexual orientation? No, they describe behavior that can apply to anyone privileged, lazy, or exploitative, not sexuality. In earlier lexicons, as far back as 1581, the translation arsenokoite from Greek to Latin was the word pedikoi, which translates as boy molester. You see what I'm getting at here? Now, keep that translation in mind. Because if we take a look at Paul's letter to the Corinthians, Corinth is a seaport city within Greco-Roman society, where Corinth was there a social system called pederasty, which was a ritual like a dark sexualized version of a bar mitzvah, where an older man would initiate a younger man into Roman society through sexual penetration. So what you have here is a very esteemed and wealthy man in the Greco-Roman era that has the social capital to legally rape any man or woman, child, or slave of his own choosing. So on one hand, you understand why Paul would write to the Corinthians the way he did about what he did. You can also see how easy it was for these words to get mistranslated into homosexual throughout centuries. Paul was writing in an attempt to obstruct an abusive dominating system that preyed on young men and or any other vulnerable non-consenting person for that matter. He was not talking about gay men nor romantic same-gender loving relationships. Actual homosexuality was so rampant, actually, during the era, especially within elite systems like kingdoms, dynasties, where wealth was concentrated because the context of same-sex interactions typically revolved around power and age dynamics rather than consenting loving unions. In other words, like arrangements, arrange unions, and or for the purposes beyond sex, such as economic or social gain. So, like all capitalistic systems, the Romans didn't have a concept of homophobia like we did because homosexuality was a socially acceptable way to exchange and or trade amongst Romans. Men constantly sexually exchanged with men for various reasons within the Roman culture, and Paul was addressing the abusive, rapey, pedophilic, exploitative context of those engagements, not love or consensual romance between members of the same motherfucking sex. So this brings me to my resting point when it comes to organized religion and people like Xavier and all the other deacons and deaconess and prophets and prophetess
Jackie
and
Hill Perry's
pastors and pastorettes is that
Mhm.
you get a culturally confused society due to a religious system that even still to this day, despite all of the blood that's on these Abrahamic faith's hands, still refuse to resurrect something called a standard and a bar and a rite of passage rather than allowing Pookie ass to come straight from prison from serving a 20-year sentence for murdering his ex-girlfriend and his unborn child and allowing him to run straight into a storefront and start preaching the word of God with no formal understanding, with no formal education, without any degree in divinity, literally has zero historical, contextual understanding of this metaphysical, astrotheological, spiritual texts that dumbass Westerners are taking literally without even as much as having a second thought to the fact that they are literally reading a translation of 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 a translation, also by a people they never were, for a life and a nation they never existed within. And then the fatal, nefarious consequences of people in an uninformed way taking the Bible, making it a national religion, and indoctrinating an entire society with it is you produce homosexuals who are either going to kill themselves or you produce homophobes who are going to kill those homosexuals on behalf of that ideology, all out of pure ignorance, and real innocent blood is being spilled due to religious psychosis compounded with profound religious motherfucking ignorance. I just took, 4 minutes to break down word context, historical context, scriptural context of so-called homosexuality. It's not there. The Bible nowhere speaks about homosexuality in the way that the modern day church speaks about homosexuality. This is not what Bible scholars were talking about, and this wasn't what translators for a long time were talking about either, until other translators continued to come along and translate and translate and translate and translate and projecting their own assumptions and lack of study and research into the text, just defining words, Greek and Hebrew words, any old kind of motherfucking way. And it's really sad that people do not talk more responsibly when it comes to the Bible. Because look, whether you believe in Christianity or not, I don't really give a fuck who believes what. My whole thing is, in whatever the fuck you do, be studied in all of your ways. Study and really show yourself the fuck approved. And be deeply informed and educated, because there's nothing that I'm going to make a part of my mind that I'm not going to well vet and damn near be a scholar on. There is no information that exists within me that exists at a surface level. I think it would be deeply irresponsible to do so. I think it would be deeply irresponsible for me as an adult to carry ideas and to carry information that I haven't chosen to make full sense of. That is irresponsible for me to carry information that I have not challenged and that I have not put to work in order for it to reap the benefits or to see if it reaps the fruit said that it's supposed to reap. And I really don't understand how people are just so comfortable just picking up books and picking up ideas and just moving on about their life. But I also know that we've been so browbeat over the fucking head with these fucking ideas since we were children that it almost comes second nature, which is why Christians sound so arrogant and so sure of themselves when they speak, not understanding that you're speaking gibberish. You're speaking that which you don't understand, that which you clearly do not know. And the way that everyday Christian people parlay around the scriptures is not the way that historians do. It's not the way that scholars do. And those are the people personally that I study from and I learn from. I don't learn from big belly ass Jakes who was living in his straw house with his bitch back in the 80s and was sitting on his couch and a shooting star anointed his motherfucking head and he felt he was the second best thing to Christ walking. I have to hear from educated folk about deeply complicated matters. And the Bible is just one of those things that cannot and does not exist at the surface level, despite so many people wanting it to exist in that way. And while I'm here, let's also talk a little bit about this whole idea of homosexuals. Can you be a homosexual and be Christian? I'm gonna let you, well, before you answer that question, Bubs, is there anything that you want to say about what I just said? And then you can also answer the question of if a homosexual can be a Christian.
Well, again, to your point, what you said earlier, it took you under 10 minutes to break this stuff down. An individual that society would say, or organized religion would say, is the exact replication of the evil satanic shit, but yet that thing was able to break it down in such a way that the people who claim they have the power cannot. There are, as an individual who is growing in my awareness and realizing that I'm a student and talking to other people who are deconstructing Christianity, when I sit here and listen to people or listen to panels of people talk to other people who are still indoctrinated with organized religion, and to your point, because we've been so browbeat over it, yes, we walk with the level of arrogance, but there's also a level of fear there as well, because religion also is a tool, if not mostly used as a tool of fear and control. So if you, like you said with the example, somebody going to prison for a long time, but again, one of the ways of redemption is, of course, through Christianity, right? Then they become a Christian. Then they get out. Then they are redeemed. Then they are the cautionary tale or the story of redemption of what God can do in their life. But to your point, it's very surface level because there wasn't really any heart changing. There wasn't any renewing of the mind, as the book says, right? It was just a loophole or a scapegoat or an opportunity for you to bypass the things that actually activates the Christ energy within you. And we wonder why all these people who are influential, especially in these religious circles, they're all falling from grace. Because at the end of the day, when it comes down to organized religion, baby, it's nothing but the community going into a building. Those are still people that are in the community. And it's so performative to where it really is some beautiful is black or black is beautiful-ish going on in real life that you wouldn't even know about because we're so good at putting on our mask. Now, I will say this for the individuals that or the little subsects within organized religion that are truly about the body of Christ or the human loving, inclusive, unconditional love aspect of Christ. I appreciate y'all, but even those spaces get demonized. And I guess to go into your question about can gay people or queer people be Christian? Yeah, because there are people who are queer and Christian to this day who live out that reality. When I was younger and in organized religion, but I was also studying, again, like CTV said, to show thyself approved, on the back end on YouTube, I came across a content creator by the name of Sarkaz, who is a Afro-Caribbean lesbian woman who talked about her experiences with her family, experiences with her coming out and having to choose either who she was or what was a part of her, shall I say, a part of her life experience, or the church, how that damaged the relationship between her and her parents. But it also pushed her to transmute that pain into something that actually helps people to where at a young age, 16, 17 years old, I'm watching this. It's affirming me, but it's also scary because I know I've seen what the reality of those who were walking in their truth looked like, and I was afraid for that to be me. But when you actually study to show thyself approved and you work again through that fear that organized religion has so conveniently placed in there for you to experience, to keep you trapped, you will start to see the patterns. And as someone said, the more knowledge you receive, sometimes it can be very scary, even depressing, because you realize how many other people are already tuned into the system, controlled by the system. This individual on the screen is speaking about something that he can't even personally attest to because he has never been to heaven nor hell. And for those who have had NDEs, why is their experiences so different? How is it that there's a person who's been going to church all their life doing what society says was the right thing to do, but they ended up having a hellish experience? But then somebody who is queer or somebody who is living out the experiences that dominant society, organized religion would say is hell-bound, they're having angelic experiences where they are dealing with the energy of past loved ones, all that type of stuff. How can you objectively say this? You're only saying this because it's a cult mentality. You're only saying this because it's a group mentality, and nobody is thinking for themselves. Which is why you have individuals like CTV who can walk in their truth in such a way that there are individuals who are in these spaces that will come back and try to utilize individuals who really know what they're doing for, again, their own benefit and their own gain. And then to land my plane, I kind of want to go back to what you said in reference to the breakdown of the word homosexual. the fact that it was used and to this day is still being used by very privileged people, wealthy people who are part of this system because they have the resources, they feel like they have a loophole or they have an excuse or an exemption from being held accountable for their actions. The same people who demonize queer people today create legislature against queer people today. If you were to look at what they do behind closed doors when nobody's watching except God, we see who's really doing the decadent shit, the debauchery type-ish, the real destructive stuff. Y'all worried about the gay people, but what about the Catholic Church, baby? Ooh, we don't want to talk about that. What about some of y'all own churches? Ooh, you don't want to talk about that. Like, again, we can really get into this conversation for real. Like, if y'all want to initiate the conversation at surface level, the question is, how deep do you want to go? Because the shit is deep. And we know a lot of people are afraid of the deep. They'd rather stay comfortable. They'd rather stay what it is, stay with what is familiar. Even though it's destructive, even though it's harming them on a physical, mental, emotional, spiritual, cellular level, they're going to stay with it. But shout out to the ones who are the black sheeps. Shout out to the ones who do walk in their truth. Shout out to the ones who don't give a fuck what society say. Because y'all are the real one.
It's deep
and
enough.
I land my plane.
It's deep enough for me to ask you the age-old question: can you be a Christian homosexual?
Yes. I already answered. I said yes. Because there's already people who are.
Expound.
That's all I was saying with this. Go ahead.
Is that doctrinal?
Is that doctrinal?
Mm-hmm.
Break that down for me right now. What you mean by doctrinal, just so I can understand it.
You say that they can be.
Mm-hmm.
Do you believe that that is supported by the doctrine, by the theology? Or do you think that that's something that people just choose to believe because they can? Or do you think that it can be supported by the scriptures? Have you heard it supported by the scriptures?
I've heard a few verses. I can't remember them off the top of my head or whatever. I know one of them was when Christ was talking about eunuchs. I remember that one. But I'm going to say, I guess it's 50-50. I guess it depends on who's teaching the theology. There are people, like, for example, a virtual community of faith, I believe it's called, a pretty popular growing virtual church. They're very LGBT affirming. They use the scriptures to affirm queer people. But then again, there are people who are using these other scriptures against queerness. So I guess it depends on the person that's wielding the book and what they believe about it. But objectively, outside of the doctrinal aspect of it, yes, you can be gay and be Christian. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So for the people who are using the scriptures against homosexuals, I just emptied their extendo clip. It's not there in the text. But what is interestingly there in the text is David and Jonathan, Ruth and Naomi, Jesus's whole diatribe to the disciples about eunuchs who were culturally not only considered to be castrated men and or men who practice abstinence, but also or notable homosexuals who had roles like working within the harems to as protected and trusted servants. They maintained the kingdoms and castles and where royalty domiciled. They were in charge of things like wardrobe, hair, aesthetics, makeup, things that ironically are closely associated with what community? Oh, the LGBT. Very creative community. But it even gets more hardcore when Christ talks about a people who are born that way from their mother's wombs. These particular eunuchs, the eunuchs that are made that way by other men, aka who undergo the Jewish ritual of castration, or Jesus's other eunuchs, the men who choose to be that way. That would be Paul, who chose to remain a widow and dedicate his life in servitude to God. Jesus himself would be considered a eunuch because he abstained from heteronormativity and steered away from participating in hetero paradigm and lived his life in servitude of the one true God. And then he spoke about the special eunuchs who are born that way. Fascinating. But you know what it really comes full circle to?
What?
The age-old question: can those lesbians and bis and pants and trans, can them folk be Christian? Can they have salvation and still be self-ID'd queer people? Yes. And do you want to know why that is?
Why?
Not even so much as to stories in the Bible or Jesus' spiel about eunuchs. You know why you can still be a Christian, a gay Christian? It's because Jesus died for what you could never achieve yourself. See, the interesting contradiction that Christians make when judging homosexuals is that you reduce salvation to works, but salvation is obtained and actualized through faith, not works. We're not saved by our works. If we were saved by our works, then you could make a foundational argument that I have to not actively engage in my orientation in order to stay on the right side of God. But since according to the theology, I'm a sinner by nature, thanks to my sloppy ass parents, Adam and Eve, I don't have the capacity to inherently be pure or sinless, which is why Christ had to intercede with his life, his death, and his resurrection to what? Atone for the sins of humanity, leaving all those who seek and desire salvation to simply accept it, not work for it, not earn salvation, but to simply open their hearts and their minds and receive what not they did, but what Christ did on their behalf. So there's a fundamental intellectual issue with the way that judgmental Christians approach the question or the topic of can you be gay and Christian? Because if you make it about, well, if I remain gay, I'm going to hell, then what you're saying is that my soul salvation is tied into my works. And that theologically is opposed by the text itself. That's not the way soul salvation works. And because of the way soul salvation actually works is through self-actualization and receiving, not doing. Like, I don't have to be good to be a Christian. I don't have to be good to have my soul salvation. I don't have to abstain from loving men and having sex with men to have soul salvation. You know what makes that so interesting? It's because not only can you be gay and Christian, you can be Trump and Christian. Technically. Baby, they don't like this kind of teaching. They don't like this kind of teaching. And
Continue.
And baby, I didn't like it either, bitch, when I first understood what the hell was going on here, girl. Not only can you be gay and Christian, you can be Trump and Christian. You can be MAGA and Christian because Christ died for all of your bullshit. leaving you to only be a recipient of what he did, not you did. You technically can get away with murder in the sense of your behavior does not impact your soul salvation. Christ's behavior does. Your actions don't impact your soul salvation. Christ's actions does. This is why when the church talks about the blood, God sees Jesus. God don't see you. It's Christ's blood that is recognized by the one true God on your consciousness. It is Christ's consciousness. It's Christ dispersing its aura over all other people's aura who receive what he did, because you can never do enough to be saved. That's why it had to be done for you. You can never do enough to absolve yourself of sin. You cannot have sex. You can stop killing. You can stop fucking. You can stop lying. You can. Why y'all think? Look, here's a brutal, scary truth. Listen up, class. Why do you think most of these pastors, prophets, and bishops act the way they do? Because they know this truth too. Why you think they have no conscience about cheating on their wives or taking advantage of their congregation or being narcissistic, egocentric maniacs? It's because they know that they're still saved regardless, as long as they receive what Christ has done. And what they tell you is that your salvation hangs on by the threads of your behavior, because without you believing that, you don't have a reason to be in church at all. So they teach you opposite of the truth. They teach you that your soul salvation is hanging on by a thin thread and that you need to constantly run up against the faith, run up against the browbeating, so that you can hold on to your soul salvation. And then they, in fact, benefit from that false teaching, because that's what you come to church to do, to hold on to your golden ticket to heaven, to hold on to it. I'm just holding on to it. So they pander to fear, they push the propaganda, they distort salvation so that you live on the edge of your seat while they're resting comfortably in their bullshit, knowing the truth that Christ died for it all. And Christ is the only thing that is all about. This is why atheists, homosexuals, anybody on the planet, when Christ died for it all, everything. It was all inclusive. Self-actualization. That's what made Christ so unique as a sacrifice and as a demonstrator. If Christ wasn't enough, then the blood isn't what it is, and salvation isn't what it is, and all of the scripture falls the fuck apart at its foundation. See, there are two types of people in God. Believers, who are identified by their faith, and disciples, who are identified by their works. Disciples are the individuals under Christ who not only have accepted what Christ has done in faith and in the fullness and entirety of their heart, but they're also so transformed by what they have self-actualized that it's reflected in their conduct too. Believers, however, don't necessarily take the work that far. which is why you will see even the dope dealer and big worm ass killing niggas in cold blood and still talking about the damn Bible and talking against homosexuality.
That big worm.
Because salvation is predicated upon what you have received in spirit, your faith and acceptance of what someone else has done for you. And in this case, that is Christ. Now, some people may not like that because they may not think, well, goddamn bitch. Does this mean I can't judge a motherfucker? I mean, Christ says be righteous stewards of judgment. Be righteous judges. You know, because judging is a tier system that should always end up at a place of compassion and patience with those who are the furthest from the mark. So you can judge, but what we should be judging is how we objectively affect other people. Not judging people for the reasons why we be judging motherfucking people. Because they believe in other religions, because they have other gods, because they have other faiths, because they have a different orientation, or because they are of a different ethnicity, or etc. Because Christ's whole ministry was a reflection of being of service. Your legacy is in how you treat other people. Whether you treat other people well as a Muslim, as a Buddhist, as an agnostic, as a Christian, as a yogi, whether you treat people well as a pagan, didn't give a fuck. Because what we're also talking about in talking about Christ is we're talking about Christ in principle. This is why the scriptures say that God has many who are not of this fold, that the children of God are diverse. They come in many shape, forms, fashions, and from many different perspectives and philosophies. But if you can get past the superficiality of the language that people use to describe God, some say God, some say Christ, some say the light, some say the universe, some say spirit, some say ancestors, some says source energy, some says higher consciousness, some says higher self. If you can get past the superficiality of the language, which you keep consistently seeing, it's the same principle. It's what all people are referring to, regardless of what the fuck they're calling it. It's like making a pickle of some people using the preferred term woman versus the preferred term female. Same shit in principle, ultimately. Girl, female, woman, her, she. I mean, you can make a pickle if you're just that dense and that dumb and that stupid and you just got that type of time to be a miserable motherfucker and to make it about language rather than making it about the point, which is the same point that everybody's making, who's utilizing all of those pronouns ultimately to describe the same essence of femininity, of something that shows up in the feminine. So, can you be Christian and be gay? Yes, because being saved and being Christian is not about your works. The scriptures explicitly tell us that we're not saved by our works. Matter of fact, if you read certain instances in the book of Revelations, it talks about how God is going to dispel and reject a lot of people because of their works. Lots of people who there's a particular scripture that talks about how the saints will come before God and say, well, God, I prophesied in your name. I rose the dead in your name. I healed in your name. I did all these things in your name. And God is going to say, and depart from me, for I never knew you. And what I found interesting is that within all those things that the saint is petitioning to appeal to God, God, I did A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. The one thing that the saint didn't put on the list was love. Which is interesting because Christ objects to legalism, which is the performance of good rather than the actual vibration and frequency that inspires sincere goodness. Because Christ saw this even in the Pharisees, that, outwardly you perform holiness, but inside you're rotten to your core. You're egotistical, you're power hungry, you're cynical, you're murderous, you're inhumane, ultimately leaving you to be a synthetic copy of the divine. And that may work for those who are looking at things at surface glance. You may look like a good person. That's not what you really are, because I can see you. I see you. I see you. So, love is the foundational principle here. And the scriptures say that any man who loves knows God. Not any man who believes in religion. Not any man who believes in America. Not any man who believes in Trump. But he who loves knows God. So, yes, unfortunately, but fortunately, you can be anything in a Christian and technically be saved. Including being gay. Any thoughts you have about that, Bubs?
That was a very interesting breakdown. Like I said, there are times where, I get my stuff in, but then there are also times where I'm learning because you shifted a different perspective as far as the technical aspect. Because again, like you said, people can be Christian, but look at MAGA. They believe that they're doing good in Christ's name. So technically anybody can be a Christian, but taking it from the technical surface level aspect to like the energetic aspect, like you mentioned, I forgot what scripture it is, but it's something along the lines of like, I may have, I know I'm gonna mess this up, but y'all gonna get the gist of it. I may have all of the, awareness of information and knowledge, and I can tell mountains to move out my way. I can do all this super miraculous stuff, but if I do not have love, I have nothing. Nothing. Doesn't it read or state that is from love that I have drawn thee? Love. So the biggest thing is love, and that's why this system, especially one that claims to be about love, is only just in the performative aspect, but not in the energetic aspect. Which is why, again, when I was in church, I remember that our church had a custom song that they would sing, the praise team would sing, whenever we would have altar call. And it would give this presentation that we're just loving, amazing, wonderful people, and whatever problems you got going on in your life, if you just join and give your life to Christ, I promise your life will change. But these people have not done the inner work. They continue to pour fresh new wine into old wine skins. And when you do that, the wine skin eventually busts because it cannot accommodate the new wine because it's an old wine skin. So these people are going into these spaces and these places looking for love, looking for redemption, looking for salvation. And the only thing they're being told is to just hold on. It's going to happen. It's just hold on. It's going to happen. But there is no energetic work to actually manifest it. That instead of having to always go back to all of these stories of other people having their encounters with the divine, baby, if you learn to love yourself. Look at the God inside of you, the one place that organized religion does not want you to look, that has demonized you in every way to not look. Once you start doing that, then you don't have to read about all these other people who experienced it miracles. Now you can experience it in real time. One thing that CTV said to me that is like helping me to transform how I even look at how I manifest things and to be more intentional and aware. He stated that, Bubs, look, you can have anything that you want. You just have to let go of the egoic viewpoint or idea of how it's going to happen. Because if you stick to that, you're going to miss out on all the other opportunities and blessings in disguise. Because again, God works in mysterious ways, right? So you have to walk by your faith. And shout out to the queer gay Christians. Even though I don't subscribe to that religion anymore, shout out to those who do, but have done it in a way to where it's like, look, if anything, I'm gonna find a God in me, because God said He loved me, and I'm going to be big and bold enough to be able to walk that out even publicly and say that I am a gay Christian. Well, you know, you going to hell. Well, I guess I'm going just to have to see then. I'm going to have to show how deep my love is for God and also for myself, because I'm an expression of God, the little G, not the big G, but the little G. We're just going to have to see. And no shade in closing for the gay Christians who are open and walking in their truth and deal with people who are, again, throwing legalism at you and what the book says. I want you to remind them and just simply say, in the words of Mother T.S. Madison, okay, I'm going to hell, but I'll see you there. I'll see you at the fish fry. What are you bringing? What you bringing? Because you're going to be there too, Miss Mamas. I hope you're ready.
Now, of course, everything that I'm saying here is in the context of those who partake and believe in the Christian point of view and the Christian philosophy. Devon has some interesting questions, and you can come up if you want, Devon. I know that your phone communicates in Morse code, but as long as you mute when you ain't talking, it's tolerable. But I would like to get into this conversation because Devon is having his mind fucked out right now.
Oh yeah.
By what's being said. Devon says, this is so confusing. LOL. So how are we supposed to approach Christianity? I mean, and see, that's why I want you to come up here to expound, so I can speak exactly to what you are confused about. So are we going to hell for our sins or not? Those outside of their salvation are going to hell. But those who have their salvation, even if they are not perfect, even if they're willfully and unwillfully making harmful choices, are still going to be saved by their salvation. What's another way I can explain how salvation works? Because salvation is practically like unconditional. Like it's kind of like, I mean, it works like a gun. Like as long as the gun is loaded, you will always be able to shoot it. The only time that it won't shoot is if there's no bullets in it. So,
or if it's on safety.
So your salvation is not, it is like the shield between you. It's not even a shield. It's your salvation is salvation is like you walking around with Jesus' skin on. God, and once again, like we're talking in the Christian worldview perspective, this is how it would look. As a believer, you are wearing Christ's skin. So God doesn't see you. God sees Christ. Now, the reason why, despite you being saved anyway, no matter what you do, long as you hold on to your salvation, aka you believe in the life, the death, and the resurrection of Christ, you will be saved. You will have eternal life. Despite that being the case, Christ still goes on to encourage you to be a good person, because being a good person still matters in the right now. So it's still of practical use.
Yeah.
For you to be a good person. You live in a society, you live with other people, and things are just going to go better if everybody treats each other kindly. Now, salvation is very different from receiving the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit is what transforms you into Christ. That's when you see the modification of your behavior, of your desires, of your thinking. That's when things change inwardly. Some people conflate that. They think that the Holy Spirit and salvation are the same. They're not the same. Your salvation is your faith in the works, the life, and the death of Christ, which is your golden ticket to eternal life. Change behavior, the refining and renewal of your mind happens when you receive the Holy of Ghosts. When you receive the direct imparting of Christ's consciousness, as Paul says, let thy mind, let thy consciousness that be in Christ also be in me. Let it be in you. So we're talking about transformity when we're talking about receiving the Holy Spirit. You know, people get baptized to receive the Holy Spirit, etc. But your salvation is rooted in your faith in what Christ did. It's not about you, which is why you're saved anyway. God only sees Christ. God don't see you. So, because according to Christian theology, you are inherently a sinner. This is why you needed an intercessor. Because you can't do enough works to be worthy of eternal life. So eternal life had to make itself a person and come and live up to the measure, press the gas and then some, and transcend human consciousness, create an amorphic field left behind within the unconscious of humanity that all people could tap into and receive eternal life from. What Christ did was also larger than just dying and as a good person and demonstrating a good person. When he died, he transformed something in the collective unconscious of mankind that made it accessible to all people through faith and those who simply wanted it. You don't have to have it. You don't have to receive salvation. It's only for those who do. And those who do are saved not by their own works and not unto their own selves. They're saved by their faith in the works and the life and the death and the coming and the going and the being of Christ. So are we going to hell for our sins? Yeah, those outside of their salvation will experience or can experience hell, because even that's an interesting logistical conversation as well. And we have divine. Oh, everybody done left of the back chat. I was just about to let everybody up. Hold on. Let me drop the link again. Kaliska says, I don't think hell is real, to be honest. Hell is real, whether you believe in it or not. And we know that hell is real because near-death experiencers have experienced both what is referred to as hell and heaven. It is a realm that exists. Now, what researchers are confused about is why motherfuckers go to hell, because There's all types of people who have had that experience, and researchers are even more confused by who the hell goes to heaven, because all kind of motherfuckers have went to heaven upon their NDE experiences. And I believe that it has a lot to do with energy, because once again, just because I'm preaching what I'm preaching right now, don't even necessarily mean that this is my personal belief system. I'm just talking about the Christian belief system as an independent religious spiritual philosophy. Now, my own personal understanding of the cosmos and the multiverse and all of that is a little bit different than Christian theology, but I'm educated and informed enough about Christian theology to know that general Christians are getting it fucking wrong, so I can call them out and go head up with their asses with their own shit, given that Christianity was my first spirituality. And it was a religion that evolved for me from religion to spirituality and then into full-on mysticism. So in order to successfully find your way out of something, you have to have a really good understanding of what it is to begin with in order to find your exit. So it's kind of like I had to really understand it in order to exit and to be introduced to it, and then to ultimately see where it fit within the framework of my life and the way that I live my life. I was backstage for family emergency. Oh, okay. We got Rumors into and Deshaun, and before I get them to speak into the conversation, I'm going to read so that we can just get this over with. Xavier's apology to the world. So Xavier said following his controversial live stream, he says, an hour ago, after looking back at what I said on my Instagram live, I have taken the time to listen, really listen through very different eyes and ears to understand why some people felt judged and dismissed. I understand now how my approach may have lacked the love, humility, and awareness that I believe God calls us to have. Since the resurfacing of that clip, some very smart people who care greatly about me have helped me truly understand how hurtful my words were and the damage they could create. They shared their perspective with me and corrected me in love. They did not condemn me, but instead helped me gain greater insight and understanding. They also made me aware of some horrible things that have happened in the past, including the suicide rates amongst queer teens, the stories of people like Tyler Clementi. I was going to get it. I wasn't finished. Tyler Clementi and the 9-year-old boy, Jamel Miles. They helped me better understand that in some parts of the world, people are still bullied, harmed, and even unalive because they are queer. Hearing those stories helped me see more clearly why words can carry so much weight. Allow me to be very clear about my heart and intentions. Nothing I shared was meant to condemn or harm anyone. Every human being deserves dignity, compassion, and most importantly, love. I take full accountability for the fact that the damage done by my words outweighs the intent behind them. I truly regret that my words cause pain, and I pray that you are able to see my heart in the midst of all of this. My faith teaches me that God loves every single person deeply, and I want my life and my words to reflect that love. I appreciate my friends, especially those in the LGBTQ plus community, who cared enough about me to speak honestly and help me see things from their perspective. I am still learning, and I will continue to learn and grow. I am truly sorry for any pain or hurt that my words cause. Please do not let anyone make you feel less than, including me. I would do better. Love, Xavier. Bubs, what are your thoughts about Xavier's sentiments?
I mean, these are just words. And I mean, just where we are in this social climate, and we've had people who have, quote unquote, made these same similar, quote unquote, mistakes or misunderstandings and were educated. We didn't really see that work push through. You know what I'm saying? I mean, if this is a way to affirm the work that you claim that you're going to now do, and really, now that, again, you have that new information, you have that new wine now to help you renew your mind now, right? This is the opportunity for us to see that manifested. So, again, great affirmation, but, you know, just like you said, we need verb, we need action, we need that to manifest as well. So, That's just my thoughts.
All right. I want to welcome to the platform Rumors and Tea and Deshaun. What's going on, Rumors?
Happy Sunday, Conscious, Bubs, and crew. How's everyone doing?
Wonderful.
Okay,
How
I
are
came
you?
up here to be a support. I'm doing wonderful. I actually came up here to be a support because, you know, there's nothing for me to do but, you know, cheer you guys on and amen in the, you know, from the vestibule, you know, but I just want to say to anyone, when we are speaking from spiritual standpoints, quote unquote, religious places, I think it is really unwise for people to speak out without having all the information or the proper verbiage. It is so common when it comes to, and I know it's not just Christians, but we see Christians do it so much, especially here in this country. This dogmatic, hateful rhetoric that does nothing to build people up, which is a whole contradiction against Christ's teaching. I need people to really, really stay in your lane. Actually, it's okay for us to all have an opinion, but when you speaking from a place of religion, which it just irks my nerves, religious people, they do. Because most of the time they don't even have real knowledge and education through experience. They speak from a place of what they've inherently been taught, but really haven't had true examples of Christ, you know. And as I stated in a chat, because people are so far detached from their humanity, they lack love, like real true love. Everything I've ever read, everything I've ever studied, everything I've ever meditated on about Christ is the polar opposite of the church. The polar opposite. So I don't like labels, but when I am trying to get people to understand who I am in my spiritual walk, I usually say I'm an evolved Christian, because I've transcended what the Western world and actually what man has said Christianity is. I've evolved beyond that. It is not even fulfilling for me, to be quite honest. And I also encourage people to educate themselves on other spiritual beliefs and practices, because it's all really tied hand in hand. The most important thing that you said that touched and resonated with me, Conscious, was love. Love is universal. And it really does cover everything. If I love you, I'm going to consider you. I don't want to hurt you. If I love you, I'm kind to you. I don't want to hurt you, because that's what love does. Love does not hurt. I know we all probably have
a little bit of static in your I don't know if your volume is too high, Rumors, but it's like a little bit of static in your audio.
Are you still hearing it?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to exit out and come back in.
Okay, I'm gonna drop the link again. I'm gonna expound upon what a Rumor said super quick. I just dropped the link for you. And Divine, if you're still in the chat, I would love for you to come up, because I really want to use our conversation as a lot could probably come out of our exchange. Salvation. I want to read this AI overview. Salvation in Christ Jesus is the theological concept of being rescued by God from the eternal consequences of sin, death, and separation from God through the substitutionary death and resurrection of Jesus. It is a free gift received by faith, not earned through good works, offering forgiveness, reconciliation with God, and eternal life. So that's why you can't tell me that I can't put a dick in my ass and still have soul salvation through Christ, because the dick in my ass is a work. My soul salvation is tethered to my belief and my faith, not my behavior, not my actions. And we got Rumors back. Okay, go ahead, Rumors.
So yeah, so with love, like I said, it does not make you want to harm others. Like, you're going to always consider them because you know what I mean? Can you guys hear me good? No static?
Yes, it sounds perfect.
Okay, yeah. I'm not going to love or the true essence of love makes me consider others, and it makes me super, super conscious of not wanting to harm someone else. And I know we've all heard in the past, like, love hurts. And I'm like, no, it's like all of these ridiculous cliche phrases that have conditioned us to believe that love it's like love hurts, and it's when people are being honest, it hurts and things of that nature. And I'm like, my experiences have taught me something polar opposite. When truth is given to me with love and through love, it does not hurt whatsoever. I don't feel condemned. I don't feel abused. I don't feel chastised. None of those things. So that is what is completely missing from the equation. And if you couldn't have said anything else in this live, that word in itself, love, is the most powerful thing, and we need to get back to it. That is just the reality. But I really just came up here to be a support because Devon wanted me to, and I'm gonna go on mute.
Yes, thanks, Rumors.
Hey, Devon. I want to expound upon it a little bit more, and that's the thing that I really want Christians to just understand. Like, love is relational. Love is what Christ was in the flesh. Like, Christ was liquid love in the earth, made a person, like fully personified, cosmic, eternal love, demonstrated through the biology of Christ's existence. And this is why you see, like, if you listen to what is Christ saying, Christ gives a whole spiel to his disciples about, when they were hungry, did you feed? When I was hungry, did you feed me? When I was thirsty, did you quench me? When I was in prison, did you visit me? Did you companion me? All these things that you do unto the least of them, you also do unto me. The disciples also, to my earlier point, were not just people who believed upon Christ. They also all had received the Holy Spirit. So they have the capacity to also be transformed as genuine doers of that divine light, rather than just performers of that. But that's the whole universal bottom line that Rumors NT is saying, is that it's about love. That's why even the concept of salvation is a gift of love. And just like real love, you can either receive it or reject it. You rejecting it doesn't make it any less love. You receiving it only can make you better. And of course, what Christ did would have to be something that came without no stipulations, because it would not be a gift in the context of love if you also had to do something for it. It's kind of like when you go to one of those game shows, they want to offer you a new car for the win, and then you win the car, but then come to find out you got to have A1 credit and you got to make a down payment of $1,500 in order to take the so-called gift home. Bitch, that ain't no gift if I had to do anything aside from receive it. So once again, I really want this to get through the thick ass skulls of people when it comes to soul salvation. You could be a toe up motherfucker and still retain your salvation in Christ, because salvation is rooted in faith in what you receive, not in what you do. Now, a Divine, I want to get you in here because you were confused. So tell me what you're trying to figure out. I'm trying to understand about what I'm saying.
Okay, well, first of all, hey, how y'all doing? Hey, Bubs. Hey, Conscious.
Hey.
I'm gonna be
How
real
you
quick
doing?
because I know my phone be beep 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 beep. Okay, I'm gonna keep it real brief.
Impossible.
It sounds good right now, so you good so far.
I wanted to ask, like, okay, so do you feel like is there a hell? Like, are we going to hell or are we not? Because if you're saying that, okay, Jesus died, right, so for us to be sinners, like, we can do all these things and still be saved. So how do we approach Christianity? Like, do we seek salvation? Do we get saved? Like, what do we do?
Well, yeah,
So are we really even sinners for real?
Well, yeah, you're sinners, but what your soul salvation does is keeps you from inheriting the fiery flames of hell instead of the kingdom of God, which is your inheritance instead.
So how would one like how would one find salvation despite all of that?
Well, if you're talking about the Christian version of salvation is you believe with all your heart, might, and soul. You completely internalize and receive in the fullness of your being the life, the death, and the birth of Christ. You receive Christ. You receive God downloading itself into a person and coming into this experience and dying on behalf of what you don't have the capacity to die on behalf of, or you don't have the capacity to achieve within and of yourself alone. And if you can receive that, if you can receive God's love reflected through a Christ, and you can receive the gift of Christ's life and death and coming, then you have your soul salvation, because your salvation centers the works and the life of Christ and the spiritual achievements and decisions of Christ.
Deshaun, can I take a crack at it? Because I know Devon still got questions. I can tell.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
Well, but hold on for a minute, because I want him to really indulge this.
No, because see, rumors. I asked her to come up here because she articulates her words a lot better than I do. So,
do you understand? What I see, we got a Jimmy Singletary. Jimmy, I see you in the background, but it says that your device is not connecting. So I don't know whether you have to give StreamYard permission, or you may have to go out and come back in. I'm gonna drop the link again for Singletary. So what do you understand or not understand based upon what I just said?
No, I understand exactly what you just said about, like, you know, it's about the inner workings you do. So I feel, so what I'm taking is,
well, it's not about,
it's more about being like, I don't have to necessarily commit to a congregation. Is that what you're saying? Like, I can be more agnostic?
No, you just, I mean, if we're talking about salvation, all you have to do is receive Christ. You don't have to have anything to do with the doctrine of religion. You don't have to do anything with the particular denomination. It literally is about receiving what Christ came and did for you, and your ability to wholeheartedly believe that, which is you receiving that. You can not necessarily believe in Christ and not be a religious person. You can believe in what Christ is and what Christ was represented as without belonging to a church, without having a membership at a church, without belonging to a particular denomination or anything. You can live your life as a person with Christ in your heart.
Because I believe that, like, religion, I feel like you have to accept it for its ins and outs, like how it goes. I feel like it's like I'm picking apart the Bible. You know, if I'm not going to fully, like, if I'm going to pick and choose like what works, what doesn't work, then why even be Christian when there's other religions out there that accept LGBT people for who they are? Why be Christian and pick it apart and be like, well, it says I'm a sinner, but I can find salvation, and I can, like, why all these loopholes when I could just go somewhere else? You know?
Well, it's not really loopholes. It's just the truth. Like the issue with the marketing of Christianity is that it's been taught wrongly. So hearing the proper teaching sounds like loopholes when the loophole teaching is the actual truth. All the shit that we've gotten for generations and centuries is the false teaching. So we're now working backwards to get to the actuality of what it really is from the beginning, which is why people got to decolonize their mind and they have to get into the text for themselves. This is the issue with Christianity, is that a lot of people put their understanding of things in the hands of other people and never got into the scriptures for themselves. They never got into the relationship with Christ for themselves. They allow other people to model and to prep and prepare their minds for this. And that's why when the person then was a proven hypocrite, it distorted also their relationship to Christ, because it really wasn't about Christ. They had their eyes on man, and people didn't have their own individual relationship to the text. When I started coming out of religion as a dogma and started getting into the spirituality of Christianity, that was one of the first steps that I took. Was I had to pretty much throw out everything I had been taught up to that point, and then I had to go into it for myself. I had to start reading and studying for myself. I had to start nurturing my relationship to Christ for myself, not based upon how Susie shows up in her Christianity or how David shows up in his Christianity, or not based upon a lot of Christendom, because a lot of also what's taught in the church is church culture, not necessarily biblical. So you have a lot of ideas that the church adheres to and promotes that are actually not even scriptural. And then things that actually are scriptural sometimes are not even emphasized or pedestalized over the things that are just the result of the culture of Christianity. So you got all of that stuff intermixing together. So you have to get to a place where you can get out of all of that and kind of be more objective and go back in yourself. And you can start with the text. You can start with, because I mean, there are beautiful concordances. There are so many great tools that you can use now to really understand the language of the Bible, the times of the Bible, who the authors were speaking of, what the fuck Christ is talking about. Like, and for me, to be honest, how I really simplify Christianity too, not only did I get in it for myself and I stopped thinking about what I was taught, and I stopped thinking about how other people were representing Christianity and started just focusing on the text for myself, I kept it simple by also sticking to Christ. I don't need anything else out of that Bible but Christ. That's the only thing that, like, Christ is the main character in the whole thing. I can willfully let go of Moses. I can let go of Leviticus. I can let go of Genesis. I can let go of the Old Testament. I can let go of all of that stuff and just literally center Christ, because it's all there in Christ's storyline arc in the scriptures. And so if you're trying to, you know, get through, then I would encourage you to stick to Christ and then work your way from there. And it is enough if you don't go no further than Christ, because everything happening before Christ and after Christ is still all revolving and ultimately about Christ's storyline arc and what he came to offer humanity. Now, interestingly enough, Christ also talks about hell actually quite more than any other figure within the scriptures. And a lot of people, well, some people have a hang up about hell. I personally don't have a hang up of hell, because I feel like my perspective on hell has been corrected due to the scriptures as well, and just my own anecdotal experiences. So what I understand about hell is that, once again, hell are for those who are outside of salvation. Now, if you want to say salvation is ultimately about love energetically, I think that's a fair game. Christ is all love and light and only do what it sees its creator does, and it gives out of charity and out of unconditionalness, and it does not punish or penalize Christ. Now, what's interesting about that, right, is that Christians will say God is a browbeating, angry God and floods and fires and brimstone and all of this shit. But what's interesting is that Christ reiterated multiple times in the New Testament how he only does what he see his Father do in heaven. Now, if that be the case, if Christ is copying and pasting the nature of the divine into the earth plane, but yet Christians are saying God is violent and emotional and a tyrant and maniacal, why don't we ever see Christ embodying that same behavior then? Why don't Christ encouraging violence and bloodshed? Why don't we see Christ teaching and ushering in destruction and harm of people? Why is it that even when Christ was on the cross and at his complete and utter whim, that instead of looking at his enemies and his oppressors with rage and anger, Christ instead looks up to his higher self and says, forgive them, they know not what they do. Now, Christ is the one saying, I'm only doing what I see my Father do in heaven. So that tells us that this particular God that Christ served is very, 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 very fucking different from whatever the fuck else has been called God or referred to as God or inferred as God or interpreted as God. And now you also have an opportunity within the Christ storyline arc to accept that God as well. Now, you may also say, well, then, CTV, where in the fuck does hell come into play at then? So hell is a very interesting concept to me because hell is a state of consciousness that's represented as a plane of existence, the same way that heaven is a state of consciousness that is represented as a plane of existence. And what's interesting about even hell from the Abrahamic point of view is that while hell is eternal, it can be argued that one state in hell is conditional and temporary, which is why Christ's spirit and astral form descended into Hades, where hell is housed, and was able to bring quote unquote souls out of the space that was separate from whatever the higher state of God exists within, and then unite those souls with God, union them with the whole of the divine. And the scriptures talk about how when Christ died and entered into hell and overcame hell and dominated hell and conquered hell, that Christ took the sting of death away and also took the keys of hell with him, obtained the keys, the very keys to, you know, and all of this is poetic language describing very deep spiritual concepts to us in the most practical layman's person's way that we can. Whether you believe that hell has gates or that hell has a universal key, or, you know, it's all poetic language. But the idea of that is also very striking, because if Christ took the sting of death away and overcame hell and went into hell and brought out souls, the scriptures never say that that door was closed. So as far as I'm concerned, that door is still open. Them gates are still wide open. So yes, people are going to hell. But ultimately, people's existence in hell is really up to them. And I kind of see hell as the same fight that people who are suffering from a deep depression have on their hands. Like when you are in the most depressed state of your mind, like of your life, just coming out of that shit may not be easy. Even if it's hurting you, you may feel miserable. You may feel completely fucked up. You may feel like, girl, I can't. Like, I just cannot physically pull myself out of this rut. Well, that's why people would remain in hell, not because of God per se, but because they refuse to let the light in and therefore have no other place to go but into a separate space from God, which is what hell is. Like hell is, according to scripture, separation more than it is fire and brimstone and torture and torment. It's just utter separation from that which is God. Just like you can look at depression as your body forcing you into a deep rest. Like depression is deep rest. Depress, deep rest. And the body saying, I absolutely cannot go on like this another fucking day until something changes. And the body refuses. The body refuses to participate in the falsity of what you've been living, which has not been serving it. It refuses to mobilize you. It refuses to power you to continue to go on in the way that you've been going on, which has not been serving you in any way, shape, or form. Now, when people die and quote unquote go to hell, what they're ultimately going up against is probably the most extreme shadow work that a person will ever done, because now there's no censor between you and that work. Like, while you're here, you get to manipulate yourself out of that shadow work by just being egocentric, by covering up your shadow work with money, with obtaining material shit, by 50 million 11 distractions, through addictions. But once you die, you don't have that firewall between you and your soul work. So now you have a head-on fucking collision with you and your shadow self. And this, of course, can feel like fucking hell. I mean, like when all of your bullshit now is just avalanched on top of you and brought before you, and you can remember this part of yourself in its entirety. Yeah, the drama and the trauma of all of that all is going to be and feel completely overbearing. But like all depression, no matter how severe it is, no matter how torturous it feels, no matter how agonizing it feels to be fucked up in that way, there still is a way out. But it's just that in hell, you don't have the capacity to deny what you've been denied until you died. You don't have nowhere to go, nowhere to run. There's no, I mean, that's the best way I can keep putting it, is that there's just no censors. So I think hell is also largely misrepresented by people who also wrote this shit, you know, because I look at the scriptures ultimately as inspired. Like these are inspired works of man. People who produce literatures and trains of thought from their perspectives within spirituality and shadow work and metaphysics and etc. And I think the whole idea of like God punishes you is not so much of the case as it is you are a divine being having a heavenly experience, and if your soul has a contract, like if it has signed up for however many incarnations, if it signed up for 17 incarnations, 200 incarnations, just because you're not doing well in the video game don't mean that you get to quit either. Like, you're going to have to fulfill your job. You're going to have to stick with the script. And I think even whole Hellfire is just explaining the purging process, because sometimes the soul gets really damaged in a life experience, or maybe it's had very damaging incarnations. And so the way that we purify an infected needle through fire is how we purify the soul, through eternal flame. And then hell is just a total face-off with the shadow self, which of course feels agonizing and like gnashing of teeth and all of the, you know, poetic descriptions of fucking hell. But I don't think it's hell as in hell, or that it's God's wrath per se. I mean, if anything, you can look at it as, because as Christ said, you all are the sons and daughters of God and of the Most High, and the kingdom of heaven is within you. Ye are gods. That's what Christ said. So the wrath you're really experiencing is like your own disappointment in yourself, which is what you experience as hell, which of course you can always liberate yourself from, which is also illustrated in the text as well. You can come out of hell if you want to, but if you want to be there and you want to be a victim and you want to cry and whine about it and you want to just stay in your spiritual slumber, then so be it. Like, you can stay there, but you're not there as a punishment per se. You're there just as a result of not actualizing your divinity. And hopefully the pressure of hell will compel you back into a higher state. This kind of almost reminds me of like ayahuasca. I remember when I did my first ayahuasca retreat, there were people there who were having hellish experiences, and there were people who were having heavenly experiences. And whether you had a hellish experience or a heavenly experience, both of those fucking experiences got a bitch on their feet. Like, even when we study the impact of hellish NDE experiences, hellish experiences have brought people back into alignment with their life just as much as heavenly experiences are. And it's kind of like the difference between a person who can receive gentle love and gentle parenting versus a person who needs the more aggressive.
So hell is like internal, not eternal?
No, hell is a immortal realm. Like, according to Christian doctrine, hell can be destroyed and hell will be destroyed. So it's immortal, but it's not eternal. And while it is a immortal realm, your stay in hell is not eternal. But this is what Christians seem to have conflated, because hell, quote unquote, is forever. Then if you go there, you also go there forever. But two things can be true. It's kind of like saying that when you die, the earth ain't gonna exist anymore. The earth will continue to go on, whether you're here or not. But earth, as old as it is also not eternal. But it is everlasting. It's long lasting, but it does have a death. There will be an expiration, and hell will have an expiration as well. But your stay in hell is not forever. Like, Christ also overcame hell too. So it's not quite over just because you've died. And maybe you fucked up on your mission statement and you got far away from the mark. And now you so fucking dense at your point of fucking death, while also being outside of your soul salvation, which you never really received. You're going to spend some time in the furnace for a little while, hopefully to get you back on your fucking feet. You unruly.
The furnace is crazy.
Furnace. Look, think of it as the phoenix. The, you know, being destroyed to become again. A regenerative process, if you will, an alchemical process. Now, once again, this is language, right? The scriptures aren't talking about a literal fire, but in some people's actual experience, it's been represented as fire, but that's more so of like human perception, trying to understand consciousness and in the ways in which it programs these simulations within the body and outside of the body, because they're all simulations. And so it's not fire as in fire. It's a fire really is just describing intensity, the intensity of what's happening to me. So you can make intensity synonymous with fire. You can also make healing synonymous with fire, because once again, the irony here is that a lot of people who went to hell in their near-death experiences, despite all the Christians hooting and hollering about how once you go to hell, you're gone, you're gone, you're gone, you're gone, you're gone. Obviously, all these people came back to tell about it, and all they had to do was reach out to God once they finally couldn't take being in hell anymore. And in every single NDE experience that I have listened to, all of the people who went to hell, from people who committed suicide to murderers to atheists, all they did at some point in their hellish experience was finally cry out to God from the depths and the sincerity of their being, and their entire experience was completely disrupted and obstructed, and they were pulled out of that dimensional space and either brought into a heavenly space or realigned with their bodies. But their entire experience was obstructed. And I'm not willing to believe people's interpretation of a book more than I am willing to believe people's actual experience, direct experience of these dimensions, which is why I do believe in hell. As much as I don't want to believe that a hell exists for all, I mean, who would want to believe in some extreme over the top shit like that? There's nothing positive in at surface glance. There's nothing positive about the concept of hell, but I'm not going to be a hypocrite and believe in the people's experiences who are having these angelic, heavenly, divine, otherworldly experiences, and then shove the people who having hellish experiences just because it's incongruent with my worldview. I'm not willing to do that. I am a very sincere person, and I'm going to take all of the information, all of the data, and I'm going to try my best to make sense of all of that information. So it seems to me, and everybody else can now jump in, it seems to me like I believe in hell. I think hell is a real thing based upon the evidence, aka in the ears. And there have been very strong scientific cases for in the ears. Y'all already know one of my most favorite near-death experiences or near-death experiencers is Pam Reynolds, who was like a country singer back in the 90s, and she had a brain tumor. And in order for them to get this tumor from out of her fucking skull, she had to be clinically dead for 2 hours of the operation. They had to saw her skull off and drain all of the blood from her body and stop all metabolic activity, all neurological activity within her body. And they had to remove the brain in order to get to the base of the skull where the tumor was. Now, this was back in the mid 90s. This woman came out of her body for all 2 hours of the experience, practically sat bird's eye view on the surgeon's shoulders. She was able to observe the type of tools they use. She was able to recall the conversations that the nurses and the doctors were having during their time operating on her. This woman was clinically fucking dead without a brain. Literally, like, she had no ears to hear of and no eyes to see of and no brain to think with, and had an entire visualistic, auditory experience, a fully autonomous experience. And then after sitting for some time in that surgical room with all of her observations, she went on into what they call the void, which led her to the light. And once in the light, she was able to be met by loved ones whom had passed before her. One of those loved ones was her closest uncle, who had, I think maybe he died of cancer or something. He met her on the other side. He walked her through heaven. And because it wasn't her time to die, when her uncle was communicating to her that she had to return, she tried to bargain with him and was like, I don't want to go back. Oftentimes, a lot of near-death experiences, they don't want to return. Some of them do. They think about their children, they think about their spouses, they think about the things that they left behind, and they feel unfinished, and they're given the choice to go back or to come. She tried to bargain with her uncle. Her uncle was like, girl, oh, what about the kids? And Pam was like, bitch, fuck them kids. Like, I'm really good. I'm really good here, girl. I'm good.
She's ready to go.
I'm good here. Yeah. And so they came back to the body, and, you know, she had the experience of him pushing her into the body. And so obviously when she recovered, she was able to relay her experience and talk about her observations. And her surgeon was completely blown. He said he has no scientific, logical, rational way to describe how this woman would have been able to make the type of observations that she made and retain that information without a working body, without a brain attached to her body. How can she have heard the conversations and she heard them accurately? How could she have seen the technology and the tools, which she did not see until, you know, until they were opened up in the surgical room, because you don't open those toolboxes up, you know, unless it's in a sterile environment. But by the time she got into that environment, she had already had her eyes duct tape closed. She had like the clicking devices in her ear. Once again, her whole fucking skull is sawed off. She doesn't even have a brain. She has no blood. She has no heartbeat, no nothing. She's literally clinically dead by every measure of the word for 2 whole fucking hours. And this woman saw everything and knew everything. And she has one of the most well-known NDEs in human history. And matter of fact, because of our ability to resuscitate people and bring them back to life, NDEs are now so common upon resuscitation. People coming back saying, hey, you know, I was down the hallway, bitch. I floated to the top of the rooftop and saw a white tennis shoe on the rooftop of the hospital. And then somebody goes up there and gets a fucking white tennis shoe. Like, people have had so many extraordinary experiences that now they include NDEs in the medical journals of medical students who are studying to become brain surgeons and doctors and nurses, because that's how prominent these experiences are. They actually also are training aspiring doctors to deal with this conversation from patients who are coming back with these fucking experiences, and they are defying scientific rationale. So hell, you know, is the part of those experiences that we don't like to really talk about. But people, yeah, they not only have the beautiful, angelic, ethereal experiences, they're having the fiery flame, demons ripping me apart. I'm in outer darkness. They're screaming and gnashing of teeth. I descended upon. I remember a Jehovah's Witness died, and she went to hell in her experience. She had a cardiovascular event that took place. It sent her falling through her bed, through her medical bed, through the floor of the hospital. She descended into a void, and she started falling into what appeared initially to be a ball of light. And she had kind of heard about near-death experiences and the whole light and tunnel thing. So she thought that she was on her way to God. And then upon closer inspection, as she descended into what seemed to be a ball of light, it was really a enormous skull that was on fire, and she was actually falling into the depths of hell. And she went into hell, and she had a hellish experience. And then, of course, she was resuscitated, and she came back and she denounced the fucking Jehovah's Witness religion. And she was really fucking angry at religion. She didn't understand how these people could teach her wrong, and she trusted the Jehovah's Witness religion. And that made a lot of sense to me, because I'm like, well, Christ spoke about religiosity. Christ told you that you can't perform. You can't, like, it's not about performing the shit. And it's not about legalism. It's not about modifying your behavior. Like, hold on. A lot of people are participating in religion, not even holding it as a real belief system. It's just a cultural habit. And so, you know, it's been in their life, their whole life. Their aunts and uncles and cousins and mamas and all them, you know, just pass this shit down. And your heart is not in it. You're saying the words, you're talking Christ. You never really believe this shit. It's just literally habit. And this is the problem with human nature, is that what we don't know, the universe does. So the universe knows that we're not energetically aligned. The universe knows what's real from what's not. We sometimes don't, because we're under the delusion sometimes because of pure habit, that we're just operating out of habit and no heart, operating out of habit with no faith. It's just habit. It's just unconscious performative behavior that is taught. And there are people who are fucking around and apparently finding out the hard fucking way. And this lady did, and she had to evaluate her whole entire shit all over again, because she just knew she was on the right side of things. She just knew, you know, I'm beating on doors. Once again, ironic, because the scriptures say a lot of y'all gonna be saying y'all did this, that, and the third in my motherfucking name, and y'all, and I don't know y'all. I don't know y'all. It was all fucking performative. You never internalize salvation. You never truly actualize salvation. And using the proper words and dressing the part and going to the temple and going to the mosque and going to the church routinely, that ain't none of that shit was sincere for you. You was just going along to get along. You was just following the script. You was just following. It's like the difference between an actor and the real life person. Like, Angela Bassett wasn't actually Tina Turner, and what's love got to do with it? She was playing Tina Turner. Tina Turner is Tina Turner. Yeah. Angela Bassett is imitating Tina Turner, and Christ spoke against that type of legalism and that type of performative Christianity, or that type of performative spirituality, or that type of performative humanity, where it's literally just that performative, skin deep, shallow, classic. Agree. Okay. Any other question? And then all y'all can jump in however the fuck y'all want to. Any questions, Divine?
No. I was about to talk about the whole Jew situation, so I'll wait till we get back onto that.
Okay, so wrap up the whole Christianity thing. Christianity, to a Divine or whoever said it earlier point, it's just one of many spiritualities. I mean, you can use it as a spirituality. You can take it as a spirituality. There are 11 trains of thoughts and philosophies and ideas and etc. You know, so with it,
So this is IG. What's happening, everybody?
Hey.
Hi.
Hey, I saw that we were discussing. I had just woke up.
Hold on, somebody got a lot of. It's like a lot of. Somebody got a lot of noise.
It's not me. It's not me.
No, I don't think it's you.
I don't hear nothing.
Go ahead, IG.
Okay, yeah. What you call it? Yeah, no, I had just woke up to see that you guys were talking. I was listening to you describing, and of course, you know, there's no way, I guess, to talk about the situation with this actor without talking about religion. And I just, you know, of course, you know, the person that's outside of everyone's beliefs and stuff like that, this be the main reason that we be talking about, like, it's real because of the institution of it. Like, I've seen this so many times. Like, most people don't realize that they think it's real because how it is translated in this life for him. He really does think, like most of the people who have this type of framework, it's laid out for you to think that everyone wants to think that they're the wheat and the tare. Everyone wants to think that they're the chosen's anointed and not the demonic side. And that's one thing I think people tend to do with religion, what we don't realize, all these institutions, especially the Abrahamic beliefs ones, we tend to dehumanize because there's languages that are used, like we use like, oh, demons and all these other things. Everyone describes people who are opposite to their philosophy as an enemy. Satan is an enemy. So if you give that type of belief and framework to people in this life, since they can't physically see horns and demons, since they can't physically see tails, what they do is apply it to attributes. They apply it to characteristics. They apply it to mind frames. So for people like us who do not want to have to deal with this shit, I tell people all the time, I wish I had the luxury of just waiting till I die to figure this out, but I don't have the luxury. And the reason why I keep saying that is because not y'all, but you people are going to make sure I have to deal with this while I yet live. You're going to make sure I have to deal with the consequence of what the actions of this faith means. So I am not surprised that a spicy white Hispanic who comes from a much more colonialistic version of these Abrahamic beliefs, worse than we do over here in America, I am not surprised that he would say what he's going to say because he's not looking at it like, well, because the scripture will tell him on one hand, it's a sin for you to be this way, but you have to render to Caesar what is Caesar. So as long as he's making money and it's an honest legalese type of thing, then in his mind, he's in the will of God. So I am not at all shocked or surprised by his behavior. So that's one thing I kind of just wanted to say to the conversation of, with people like him and that, I'm scared of all y'all personally. Like I'm terrified of all y'all because it's the psychosis. It's the psychosis of what you're gonna do here. I do not care about the next life. I am very concerned with the people who have these beliefs and what they do here. And that's why we have wars in the Middle East right now. That's why we have these people that are itching towards war who voted for this. People will take that interpretation and be like, this is the will of God. And those of us of the people who are outside what people would think they call their God the will is, we are here suffering.
I
We
can't
are
stand
here
it when
suffering, having to share the space with people who want to put what they think or adhere to or above what is actually here. So that's just my little word on it today. I am not disappointed. Anytime again, if you have an objective morality, if anyone presents something to you as if this is the only way, this is the only way to be, you ought to side eye them. You ought to side eye them. Especially when we can all look at the way that you have presented what you have presented. This was not presented the way that he's presenting this. This has not been presented through love and kindness. So, and until we get out of our minds for people, if we all want to think that God is good and they come from the creations of man, I can't. That's why for some people I don't understand why when people say, "Oh well, that's not really God or that's not really love," when they do something that you don't think. No, it is all God. Because if we're all going to deify and say our emotions is connected, but we think to be the most high, good, bad, or indifferent, it's all God at the end of the day. It's all the devil at the end of the day. But until we stop looking for this figurative thing or this thing in the sky and start looking in the mirror and start looking at each other and seeing, okay, this is where the God is. And I'm not talking about divinity. I'm talking about the decision of what makes the society. Until we're able to take, because it's one thing that 1 minute we want to say that, oh, I'm chosen, I'm chosen, I'm chosen, I'm chosen. But then if we're all sitting up around here chosen and we're all saying that we these people, then why does the world look the way that it does? Because we are the ones that keep lifting ourselves up. And I'm gonna just drop right here and let somebody else talk.
I'm curious to know what America particularly will look like regardless, because even if you take God out of it, you still have the task of people trying to define and create a morality in order to create a sane and balanced society. So what does good mean to you? What does love mean?
For me, you can't have good without evil. There has to be an evil for there to be a good.
What does right look like to you? What does wrong look like to you? Like either way, we're still in the realm of having to debate subjectivity and philosophy.
Mm-hmm.
Like the masculine feminine topic with Juelz.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
and how do we decide collectively on what is what?
mm-hmm.
Some people believe in a no violent movement and believe in zero violence, and therefore would be for the eradication of a military, of a police task force, of the use of guns and weapons. Other people's ideas may be pro violence under certain circumstances and conditions.
Mm-hmm.
Protect oneself, to protect your assets, to protect your community, to protect yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Like how do we get to a general consensus? How do we decide what's right, what's wrong, what's up, what's
Right.
down? Because we're all, I mean, to kind of IG's point, like we're making that choice. Even if we don't put God on it, I think we're still in the same
Right.
predicament. Like we're still in the same boat of trying to figure out what the fuck does that mean to us.
I think we
Right.
need to approach it
Yeah.
the way we approach, like, we need to approach that the way we approach, like, gender and expression. Like, we need to have a spectrum, because I feel like there's things that are good, there's things that are bad, but then there's things that are frowned upon, but it's not necessarily bad, you know? And then there's things that could be considered good, but some people won't necessarily subscribe to it. Like, I'm a gay man, I think it's okay to be gay, but you have another person like, okay, I necessarily wouldn't do this. You know, it's really all up for interpretation. It's like a spectrum of like right and wrong. There's levels to it, you know, in my opinion.
See, yeah. I
I
mean, listen.
agree. I agree. It's just that, you know, y'all hear me talk about systems and programming a lot, and I don't have an issue with systems and programming. I have an issue what we put in the system and what we put to run as the program, and that's where we kind of have to like face ourselves as humans and our humanity. You know, I've been getting involved with a lot of more humanist organizations, and there are, like, to your point, Conscious, there are more people that are rising up that are humanists, that are understanding that, hey, the community, the things that are good about, that were good about the church now, the institution, like especially for us Black Americans, American descendants of slaves, there are things that for a system that was needed to where the church was focusing in that capacity. I would be involved in church myself, aside from being an atheist. If the Black church was doing actual political movements and stuff like that specifically, I would get involved. Now, I'm not going to do no Sky Daddy still, but I would at least be involved more in that aspect. But the reason why the church has to be there, the institution of the church, comes with the colonialism. So I would rather that you don't take away my peace, so I need your system to cope. I'd rather not deal with your colonialism just so I can say I had a testimony to have to struggle and see my life through this mainframe, and that's why what's what he's done for me and all of that. I don't want to keep running to the system if we are the ones that keep inputting the system. AI runs off of what we put in that motherfucker, not the other way around.
True.
I really enjoyed when you were speaking about Christ, because for me there is no greater example and better example of a human being, an extraordinary human being, for me to mirror and admire and reference, because he didn't get into all of the, like, he just moved in his humanity. And that is the commonality outside of
Is
love,
somebody talking? Because I can't hear them. I can't hear nothing.
You can't hear me? Can anybody else hear me?
I can't hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you. I don't know why.
Yeah, I can hear you.
It's Rumors in T who's speaking.
Okay. I'm gonna go back.
You can't hear her at all.
No, I can't hear.
We can hear you, sis. I can hear you loud and clear.
No, he
I'm gonna
can't
go
hear
in
us.
and go out. I'm sorry. I'm gonna go in and go
Okay.
out.
I'm gonna drop the link. Okay, go ahead, Rumors.
I think that example that was set was the most important example, because every other example was flawed, and the totality of it is, like I said, love and humanity. To me, it works hand in hand. You can't have one without the other. It and when you're dealing with personalities, right? I understand this is like all of us we all inherited quote unquote religious practices. And that's why it is important for people to step outside of what they know and retrain their mind to study. Even if you do not adhere to what you're studying, but just to study other spiritual belief systems, because systems are, I mean, we have to just be realistic. The systems are necessary because there are people that don't even know themselves, right? And so they need to rely on something greater than themselves, not realizing that it is actually within us. Like, the spirit is in us. But when you have people that are detached from their humanity, right? And most of the time, if you're detached from your humanity, you're detached from your spirit. And so you know, like, it's kind of a little bit unrealistic to expect people not to have beliefs in those systems, because people already, like, I mean, even though they really don't believe in the systems that they think they're believing in, like, people have fooled themselves. They're in like this, like, delusional, like, mindset to think they believe in something because they're practicing something, but they're not committed. Like, because you could practice something and still not be committed to something. And because of that, like, you have all of these, like, what I want, what I feel, what I think personalities. And that's where the confusion comes in at. But what I eat, as the old saying goes, what I eat does not make you poop. You know, like, so what works for me may not work for you. And instead of demonizing what works for someone else, I think that, you know, we just kind of have to like, okay, because I'm not going to get offended. I'm saying that to say this. I'm not going to get offended unless what you believe causes me injury. As long as it's not injuring me or injuring others, I'll say it that way. As long as it's not injuring others, you are entitled to believe whatever you need in order to survive in your reality.
Yeah.
And going back to what Conscious was, when Conscious was talking about the hell aspect, it is all what is in your mind. So what is in your mind is what translates in your reality. And a lot of people are programmed, but imagine if they were not programmed and they are detached from the true essence of who they are, because that's all we are. We are literally spirits. And a lot of our spirits have not awakening to who and what our past lives, and even in our current lives, we're detached until we have these like spiritual awakenings, as like Conscious was talking about, when people have near-death experiences, things of these natures. This is repetitive things that our spirits and energies have already experienced, but we're just detached from those memories. So for some people, they don't even understand why they're drawn to certain things, but it's your spirit that is drawn to what is familiar. And if your spirit is in a state of confusion, then you're going to have what we have now. People just spouting and speaking from, which is nothing wrong with speaking from your own experience and its perspective, right? But there's a way to do it. In my opinion, there is a way to do it without causing injury. And that is what people have truly not learned to master. And that all comes from being detached from their humanity.
I want to say a prime example of that, and that was a really good stuff there, Rumors, is my stepdad. My stepdad was a cokehead, crackhead, alcoholic, cheater. I mean, he was a horrible father. He was a horrible husband. He was a horrible everything.
Did we have the same life?
completely narcissistic, and you know, he was a whole hot motherfucking mess, and he stressed my mama out to no end. And it wasn't until he was in his 50s that he hit rock bottom. I'm talking about like the rock of all bottoms and the bottoms of all rocks. Like he was practically fucking homeless. He was living out of an abandoned gas station in his hometown. Like,
Oh wow.
didn't have shit. And then he eventually had moved in with me, and he got his life together, and he got back into the church. And then he eventually joined the GAYE witnesses, and my father has been a GAYE witness since. And within that GAYE witness experience, this man went from being an addict and a narc and living the life of a wild man with dingleberries in his hair practically, to a husband. He remarried, and he remarried to a woman within the faith. He owned his first home. My stepdad has never owned a goddamn thing his whole life. He now owns his own fucking home. He has so much structure and stability. Of course, he's off drugs and just has full sobriety, and he goes out like 3 or 4 days out of the week and evangelize. And while I don't fuck with organized religion in a way, and I don't do the GAYE witness thing, I absolutely would be a fucking fool to challenge him regarding something that transformed him into a person he can finally go to bed proud of. I would
some people need that. Some people do need that.
I would never take that away from him. And so, to Women's and T's point, I don't give a fuck how you find your higher self, as long as you do. And if you find your higher self without God, so be it. If you find it without religious concepts, so be it. If you find it as an atheist, so be it. If you find it through science, so be it. If you like, people have been throughout time finding their way into the better versions of themselves. That's never going to look universal to any one of us. We all have different languages and learning languages, and we adhere to stimuli very differently. And what resonates to me deeply may not resonate to you at all, and vice versa. And as long as it's not about judging people in that way, and it's more so about seeing the point, and the point is you still came into yourself. Like, I personally don't give a fuck how you did that. I'm just happy for you that you did. And
can I ask you something?
I'm not about to push. I ain't finna push a religion on you. I ain't about to push an idea on you. I'm not about to challenge the logistics, because at the end of the day, it all becomes superficial. It all becomes superficial if in the end you still found yourself to the same motherfucking place I did, which is to a whole self, and to a peace of mind, and to a healthy version of yourself. Yes, you can ask me a question, Devon.
I wanted to ask, when he became a Jehovah's Witness full time, did that change your relationship? Did he like treat you the same? Did he condemn you?
Nope, he didn't. So my stepdad has never condemned me for anything. I don't even ever remember him judging me about anything, really.
Okay.
And yeah, and of course, like once he became a Jehovah's Witness, he, you know, definitely was, you know, eager and happy to share the gospel. And I used to let him do that because it made him happy, and it was much better than him asking me for $20 to go get high with.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Him ask me if I have 20 minutes to hear about, you know, to hear about his God, to hear about his way. And it didn't cost me nothing to, you know, participate in that with him, as somebody who always wanted him to change for the better. But no, he never like browbeat. He never like, you know, I'm not gonna love you if you, or I'm gonna withhold my love from you, or you know, and he doesn't have like a negative view of homosexuals and anything. Like he kind of understands salvation in the same way that I do. Like salvation transcends all of that shit, orientation and gender and blah 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 blah. It even, you know, you can even kind of be an active sinner and still, you know, have your soul salvation. Like that's what they really believe. And so yeah, I mean, he's just a night and day version of himself. Like it's really remarkable to see somebody transform like their life in such a dramatic ass fucking way. But that's what religion, while we always talk about the ills of religion, that's also that's also kind of been also a notable quality to religion, is that people have been able to go from one extreme to the other. People have been able to get up off the streets, get up off of drugs, get up out of prostitution, get up out of so many things, a life of crime, due to finding a resonance within religion or spirituality. So it's just one of those like powerful, deadly tools where it can be used to harm humanity, and at the same time it can be used to inspire and compel and to hold together some pretty beautiful tenets and virtues regarding society. Like most people, even atheistic people, like don't see a problem with the 10 commandments or with the basic ideas of like showing decent respect to other people and being neighborly and being kind, staying the fuck up out of people's way, kind of share the same ideas around like don't kill unnecessarily, yeah, and like and kind of believe in like togetherness and just operating out of decency. Like these are all things that we can kind of all agree to, whether we have a faith or we just have another humanistic ideology or a non-religious philosophy that we're leaning from. But it is about finding that fucking common ground, and I hate that we don't do enough of that in terms of finding the common ground and the middle ground.
I do can agree with you too, like with that, Conscious, because it's like that's when I was talking about systems, and it's a double-edged sword. Because yeah, just like there's the good, I know there are reasons why, even though it might be harmful to other people, and that's the other side of it too. Like I don't think by any sharp of the imagination, which I don't have a mission to deconvert people from religion. It's ridiculous to get to, like you said, Conscious, to think that people that if they made it, if in their mind, if they think back that look, I made it this way because of God, you can't take that from people. You can't. But at the same time, that also comes with a certain degree of selfishness because, well, if I believe that I made it because, well, these people were out and these people were in, like, okay, if I know that I was able to make it, and just like with the whole LGBTQ thing, I don't think it's the dangerous part for me is that people associate that with divinity when it's really the acceptance of people. It's really the acceptance of the system of that group as to what helped lift you up. If people were allowed to have the same institutions that were not religious, you would see the same thing. But we do not promote a society where people have the option to get those things as much. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. We just don't promote a society for people to have those systems and fund that. Because if everyone else is funded to think mostly on this way, and that's where I have the issue too. It's not like that people care. It's just that, okay, your belief isn't benign. It would be great if it was just like with your stepdad. It would be great if it just involved itself with that, but it doesn't. It involves in politics. It involves in government. It goes in social cues. It doesn't just stay benign. And that's why I have a lot of, even to the point with the goodness of it, I still have more of the gripe towards it because I understand that it's still people are deciding what's best for them and their group. But then it's presented. That's the contradictory part. Your belief is presented to be the moral compass for the world, and you stand on that as that's the case, and that's the problem.
No, I wholeheartedly agree with that. Because it's like my way is the only way. My way is the right way, and every other way is wrong. And that's why I'm always encouraging people to study outside of what, again, they inherit, because that is not synonymous to your way is right. We know there's like 111 different ways to go to Disney World if that's your choice of destination, because we're not all coming from the same place. Just we're all on Earth, but we're in different places on Earth. So there's going to be more than one route to get to that destination. I think it is really crazy. So, but that's a form of control. And this is what we know, that humans, and I'm going to say people and take it out of humans, people have done that as a way to control. Absolutely. But the majority of people that profess to be a participant, like an active member in any type of organization, be it religion or whatever, usually are not dedicated to it. They're not genuinely, wholeheartedly dedicated to it. It is just like, so I don't know if it's just conscious, but I heard someone else say the word performative as well. Everything is performative to present yourself in a way that is not even authentically you. How can, because I don't expect much out of human beings anymore. I'm really in a place of just continuing to learn to fully accept and not try to rationalize what seems so black and white to me, because unfortunately, people don't operate that way. You got a mixture of different personalities and all of those things, right? And when you're not genuine in knowing who you are, I can't expect for you to show up in a genuine way to be who you are. I'm going to see a performative person because you don't know who you are. You just got people walking around the earth, roaming the earth, showing up as who they think they are supposed to be and not knowing who they are.
Mm-hmm. Do y'all think that maybe the problem, to Aji's point, is like when we try to create systems instead of it letting it be our own anecdotal remedy? Because our society probably would be better off if we agreed to basic human rights rather than using spirituality or religion as a launching pad to decide what that looks like, but more so like trying to create something that's just more logical and something that's not rooted in belief systems or a mythology, but more so like, can we all agree that stealing is wrong, or that starving people out is bad, or that homelessness is bad, or that physical abuse is bad? Like, can we just agree to some basic, like, can we agree to, you know, the fact that all people deserve the right to fairly safe, dignified existence? Like, it's a lot of things we could do without the necessity of religion. So maybe human rights need to be on the forefront, and then everything else is just our own anecdotal, and then everything else is just our own anecdotal truth. And like, I would like the right to be a Christian if that's what I want to be, while also like not using that as an enforcement, or using that as a Trojan horse, or using that as a point of control, or not shoving that down other people's throats, etc. But that's what I'm surprised that America hasn't corrected the system, though, because it's like, it seems like obviously the reason why we can't get to that is because America has just like thrown everything in the pot, like
capitalism.
It's an elitist thing, conscious. Like, you gotta think. I mean, I know it's everybody is in that percentile, right? But in general, America has this elitist characteristic about itself. Like, we can't ignore it. It's so blatantly in the face. I can do it, but you can. And everything I say, because of my hierarchy and who I say and think I am, is correct. And everybody else that doesn't fall into line, you're out of order.
Yeah,
that's literally the mentality of America.
But it's also like just how we also, it's just like the way we've created this too that seems messy. It's like we do have like religious ideas and human rights all overlapping.
Exactly.
Like even like most of the laws on the books are like a Christian evangelical based. Like most of our, which I don't have a problem with some of that stuff, but it's just like, I don't know, it's just like weird because it's like there are people who are like in a voting system that should be about objectivity and should be about like human like human life, within that very system, people are voting from an evangelical perspective. Like they're voting for the person who's willing to agree that yes, it's not right for those gays to be gay or to be able to marry, or for women to have the same rights as men, or for and it's like how are we going to cohesively exist if like we're trying to create stability, but we're also like running all of this subjective shit up against that, which just really counteracts and defeats.
Well, the problem. Oh, sorry.
Huh?
Well, the problem is they should have never put politics with religion anyways in the first place. But the thing is, because of fear-based tactics such as, oh, the trans community, oh, the drag, and then they go down to the gays all the way down to the alphabet, is the idea is, and I'm going to have to use the president of the United States, Trump is trying to create masculine people so that he can actually bring a lot of people over to war over to Iran. That's basically what it is. A lot of people never really thought of that, but that's the plan. Remember, you got Project 2025, you got Project 2026. You can't be gay. You're going to get judged. You're going to do this. If you do this, you're going to get judged. They have the ability to abuse children if they even if the parents even think that they're gay. They have the ability to abuse their children and allow that to happen. Then you also have like what do you call it, where gays can't have access to have what do you call it, adoption for gay children. They can't do that. Now it goes to the heterosexual community so that they can do things to the children and stuff, because you don't know where those children are going to, because if they cannot stand children, they can abuse them just like that. And then they grow up they turn up to be confused, like, oh my gosh, or you know, they have a wife and then they go back to the DL community again. Like all this is what it is. You know what I mean? And that's why it's the way it is. They're so concerned of it, but it's a distraction, because the thing is, now you have also negativity of like, such as the war in Iran. Oh, it's because of God. God wants the war in Iran to happen over there because they're getting punished over there, knowing that's brainwashing. Because the thing is, that's the choice on the people. That is the choice on the people who did that. When I'm talking about those evangelicals people, the megas, all of them, those are the ones that actually choose to make World War III. Because they chose the president of the United States.
You said the megas, child. Not the megas. I'm sorry.
I'm serious. This is all a connection. This is all connected. And plus, this is a distraction from the Epstein files. This is everything that's going on. And that's exactly why this is the way it is. That's the reason why it's all the way it is. And everyone is in a psychosis. Not everyone is in a psychosis. If people can actually fight through this with their inner self and love themselves and see what the heck is going on here and see what's going on, see how it's pinpointing, then people can understand this, of what's going on here.
Honestly, Deshaun, I feel like he's going to be so desperate. I don't even think he's going to care about the whole expression thing. He's just going to be like, look, we need y'all out in the field. Come on. That's why I think this is
well, that's what it is. He doesn't care, because the thing is, he's selfish and he's a low vibrational energy where, remember, because the people voted for him is a reflection of the people that's within the United States. That's them. What the president is of Trump, that's them. Because he is a because he's a felon, because he's, you know, a weirdo of the young, you know, kiddies and everything else. All of that, that's a reflection of the megas right there. And I have so many stories on that. so many articles on them. They have access to whatever, to the young. Trust me. The ones
Okay.
that keep talking about the gays, they're the ones that's doing things to children. A lot of them.
Don't even get me started on the pastors.
They have pastors that, you know, those what the white pastor, every pastor of every color is doing it because they have access. That's how it is. It's called human trafficking. They're doing it in the church. That's what it is. Drugs, human trafficking, whoring, prostitution, also fornicating. But then they want to talk about the gays. But then they don't talk about their own selves.
But all of that, it goes back to what I said, and that's the part that people are going to struggle with. Them, like what people think they're struggling with when it comes to certain Christian ideas, ain't even that. The most hardcore aspect of the Christian faith is the fact that, look, aren't we talking about a world ultimately that's been conquered and dominated really by Christians, like the Europeans, the colonizers, like all these people use this system. And the reason why white people particularly are the greatest example of people who will have the audacity to carry the Bible and wear the label of Jesus and then do the most heinous, ungodly, apocalyptic shit known to man. And the reason why they are is because they know what I know. Their salvation is secured regardless. And that's why these pastors, that's why they act the fool. They cheat, they lie, they touch, they scam, they do the things, all the things, because they know the truth that their salvation is secured. It's secured. And unfortunately, they use that like an immature cow to just go ballistic and cause irreparable harm, and operate without a conscience and without intentionality and without responsibility, because they're going to be okay regardless.
Or they know that this, even from my perspective, I think too. I look at it too from some certain perspective.
Hey,
They know
Reckless.
that this shit ain't. Hey, yeah, what's up, Reckless baby? How you doing?
I didn't even know you was in there. Hey, bro.
Yeah. I think that but even from my perspective, I can see it that way, conscious too, because I also be saying that's why that's Forgive 777. That scares me too, because no wonder bitches is out here doing whatever they can do to people. They got an unlimited saves. You heard me? They know that they can just say it gives them in this life. Okay, this is what it does in this life. So people who think exactly to your point, conscious, they know that, hold on, subconsciously, why I consciously think that these are bad things to do, I'm going to still do them. And that's going to, in my consciousness and subconscious, tell me that I can keep doing these things because I can ask for the forgiveness of that. And that's why that's why of course, like the people, the authors of Bio, all the niggas is gangsters and players. That sounds like some gangster shit. That I'm gonna tell you, baby, hey, I want you to sit here and think that you just as bad as me, and we all bad out here. But if you love me, you should forgive me, and also think about what you do wrong, so you can forgive the bullshit I do. That's how I know That's why it's patriarchal. That's why I got all that cock in there. So I think that also too, though, to my point, the logical people, like some people I've seen, they know that this shit ain't necessarily real and allegorical. They know that the utility of it, the utility of it, the institution of it, how it does function in this life. Like I keep telling y'all, that is real. And I think more people often than not, they know the shit ain't real. That's why they play on our top, on our emotions, because y'all think, or the people who think it's just this way, you're thinking it's just good or bad or this just source. They're counting on that so they can continue to play in your face. So that's why I say that they know the shit ain't real. That's why they keep doing it. It always ends to the God of my understanding with these Abrahamic bitches, because it always ends up, which the history has shown, it always ends up to, if you were in the dominant in fate, which you might call God would have it to where you can impose your will on others, therefore you are God, or what you think your ideal is right. So we can't keep. I'm not. I can't. That's what I'm saying. For me, physically, this is why you bitches scare me. This is why you bitches scare me.
I'm scared of anybody that don't got love in their being. Well, I can even say I'm scared. I'm not scared of anything.
Yeah, I mean, no, I am scared of that. I can be honest. No,
But
I'm. It's not like I'm in a constant fear, but no, I am, because I see not my feelings, not my emotion, not just outside my emotionalism.
Yeah.
It's the reality.
I'm gonna
That's
tell you
why
why
I'm
I'm
scared.
not scared, and it's
Yeah.
because for me, that's the good news about death. No matter what the fuck happens, I know that this shit is over with at some point.
No shade.
Whether I'm sick, whether I'm sick in my body, whether I'm subjected to
I'm just ready to wrap this shit up.
continuous abuse as a war captive, like thank God I die one day because
I agree that.
that's the simulation. So that's the good news. Death is actually the fucking good news.
I can agree with that. Oh, I totally it is not like I'm afraid to die. No, it's not that, because like I said, it would be great if I didn't have to deal with the consequences. What everybody's saying, what it is after this life, what happens. I have to deal with that means in this life. You understand? So I don't
Yeah.
even have to wait till I die.
Yeah.
Like, no shade.
So can we also talk about a consequence? Because I find that to be interesting, because this is another role that spirituality has personally assisted me in, is so-called consequence. Where is my
Well, that's a lot
my
of people that's
spirituality
failed in.
like throughout my life and dealing with various circumstances and situations, what was in my mind helped me greatly to still have access to things emotionally and mentally that the circumstances should have been stripping me from. And I think this is where like the power of philosophy is really at its full, like it's at its fullest flex, is because even me, like I feel like I've lived every fucking life there is to live. Like I feel like I've been fucking poor, I feel like I've been rich, I feel like I've been in between, I feel like I've been sick, I've been healthy, I've been with, I've been without, I've seen what it all looked like. And the thing that kept surviving was my fucking mind. And I think it's interesting as some of the things that we also call suffering. Like the way I try to exist in my life is I try to have things but not let them have me. So I'm always kind of prepared to not be dependent upon whatever, whether that be money, whether that be a certain lifestyle, whether that be a certain way of living, or even when it comes to certain things that maybe my ego wants. So like even before me and my partner found each other, it was like, bitch, I was perfectly fine alone. Even when I had to let go of my family, like I was able to do that. And initially that was like difficult, but at the same time, because of the way I was framing things for myself, I was able to be really encouraged and then ultimately able to be really, really, really happy with my choices and with the consequences of the actions that I took. And so I'm curious to know, like, what do y'all make of suffering? Like, what does that mean for y'all? And do you think suffering can be overcome from within more art? Like, do y'all think that suffering is more of an external predicament than it is internally? And if you can overcome an external predicament internally,
I think it's
I think
like more
so.
survival. Like you survived it. Like you actually conquered it. Like you
like
went through the
discipline.
fire and now you have conquered what you have
Like you're a
endured.
typical of hell conscious, like what you said about hell. That's how I look at it.
I mean, and what? Expound upon that. Like, expound.
like it's more in your head. Like suffering is more so in your head because no one's making you suffer. It's not like an outside thing. Like you can't. There are certain obstacles. Like you can suffer from certain obstacles, but like all obstacles, you can overcome those obstacles. So it's like an internal thing that you have to overcome, and it depends on how it affects you. Because if you have tough skin, then you may not be suffering. You could just be pushing through it and having a hard shell and fighting through whatever obstacles in your way. So you
Yeah,
may not be
it's
suffering. So it's all in your
yeah.
head. It's all a mindset thing. It's
I
like a
mean,
hell.
but if a bitch walk up to you and bust you in your fucking lip, then that doesn't cause you physical suffering. No,
Oh no.
I will say that it is a both
That's suffering.
external.
I'm
That's
about to say,
struggling. Damn it.
yeah, it's
He said
both.
That's
Yeah, I'll say
struggling.
both.
But
mm-mm.
but that's both because you will
Both, yeah.
suffer if a bitch break your you know what I'm saying? It's like but with the conscious of, and this is where the accountability comes in.
But that's why I was
Every
also asking, like, what are y'all defining as suffering? Because, like, while that is a painful experience,
Right?
and you
I personally would define suffering as something that is rooted in the way you see pain. Like suffering would be a belief maybe that you can't transcend this unless something external.
And to answer IG's question, first of all, if I get knocked in the face, that bitch will be suffering in her pockets. She'll be financially suffering. She'll be paying my hospital bills.
Because even to the example of like violence, lots of people have experienced violence without violence experiencing them. Like lots of people have been shot, have been raped, and have transcended all of that. Like they forgive their rapists, they forgive the person that murdered their brother. They've been hit and beat. They've been abused. They've been abused by their parents. And they still retain a full self. Like these things don't define us in and of themselves. It just really depends on the way people are mentally and emotionally approaching these type of experiences.
Yes, I want to give an example. I want to give two examples because when you say suffer, right? I know that it's a state of mind, even with there being a physical aspect of it in the natural. I think about my mom and I think about Carlton Pearson because most of us that got a little insight in watching him on his deathbed, his last days, we saw people or a person that literally was in pain, right? That did not exude that. And I personally believe, because like I said, my mom, I watched that in real time with my mom, and my mom did not show that she was suffering despite what her body was going through. And I said, to me, that was a extremely important lesson for me to observe and learn to apply it in my life. Because we don't, just because you're in quote unquote a stage that is supposed to torment you, you don't have to be tormented by it. You can actually find peace in a discomfort or pain, which I wouldn't recommend unless you're on your deathbed, because that has to have a balance in itself too. You become comfortable in pain, and that's not a good thing. But for me, just like suffering, I think that's a state of mind of being like tormented, like not having, all of the tools and a wherewithal to actually find peace in any circumstance.
I like that. Suffering is the inability to achieve peace, personal peace, if no other type of peace. Suffering.
It kind of no, I'm sorry. It kind of reminds me of and Conscious. We had watched this film.
I'm gonna bring that movie up.
Yeah, it's this film, and it's very brutal. It's very gory, but it's very deep and philosophical in a way. It's called Martyrs. And
was it on Netflix?
No, I don't think it's on Netflix. Wait, I think to be honest, I don't know. But the story basically
it's an movie.
It's a group of people who are these elites who are trying to figure out if there is life after death, and they project this level of violence and depravity against these people in hopes that they will be able to have a glimpse into the afterlife despite the suffering, like transcend suffering and pain, like the ultimate like a level of awareness or whatever. So it kind of reminds me of that. And I think like in life, I mean, we're all promised days of suffering. You know what I'm saying? Like, again, certain people's loved ones are going to pass away. That's going to be very painful. That's going to hurt. It's going to take time for people to.
It can be.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
It has to be.
What?
It can be, though.
Okay, well, then I'll rephrase it and say the opportunity of that. You know what I mean? Like, there will be a grieving process, but the level of grieving or the power of grieving, that's really up to you, because you are the one that is strengthening whatever it is that you believe emotionally as well. So, yes, it's kind of like how I was looking at this comic book clipping where Peter Parker, Spider-Man, was talking to this younger boy who had just lost his uncle, and he was trying to get him to open up and everything, and they went and got food and stuff like that, and they were talking, and Spider-Man was like, no shade, I also lost my uncle too. And we saw how he lost his uncle. It was a very messed up way how he lost his uncle. But he said that I'm going to always love him. And there are days where, yeah, I do think about him in the good times, but the painful part no longer is there because I've learned to let that go. So it's like it's a transitional thing. But at the same time, how that process goes or how long it goes is really up to you, because you're the one that has the power to either keep holding on to it or to let it go, if that makes sense.
And to Divine's point about the correlation between that and hell, like that's what I was trying to describe hell as earlier. Is hell is the agreement to continue to suffer. But suffering is a choice from an inward point of view, regardless of how horrendous you experience it. Like, you can be proactive in that suffering internally if you desire to be. Now, because we know most people are emotionally lazy, it's understandable to me if hell is very enlarged, because motherfuckers not even doing the work on the earth. So I know they ain't doing the goddamn work in hell. But even to your point, even about like the grieving part of somebody dying, and this is why I said like it can be, because once again, we're talking about like it's like the great Buddha who like discovered that the root of human suffering was really our perception of a thing. Really, that's really the bulk of suffering, is in what you know or don't know. And when my mama passed in 2012, I never even had to grieve her passing because I already had such a healthy attitude toward death. I had such a healthy attitude and understanding of the fact that we live on. I was astral projecting for almost a decade by the time she passed away. So I was very clear about the fact that there was no such thing as death. I was very clear about the fact that my mama is not dying. She's just existing in a different state. And when she died, I don't even ever remember crying at any point. Like, there was never a point where I broke down or I had like this moment of like, my mom, like I don't have my, like, I never had that. It was just an experience, and I missed her, but I didn't have a period of grief. I wasn't grieved that she was dead, because I understood, you know, what death really was, which is just a continuation of life in a different way. And so to that point, like, it's all about really how you are framing shit in your mind, what your ideas are and are not, that largely shapes the way you experience stimuli. And some ideas are just more fucked up and destructive than others are, and other ideas are more forward moving and allow you to have more emotional and mental fortitude than other ideas do. It's just really about it all. And to Bub's point about that movie, because I talked about that movie before on this platform, baby. Like, I feel like the movie Martyrs, bitch, if you want, even though the movie has nothing to do with Christianity or anything, but if you want the most polarizing understanding of really what it means to be a Christian, bitch, and really what Christ is calling you to, Martyrs is going to lay it on you something real bad to the point that, bitch, I feel like if you are a Christian, you probably should not watch Martyrs because you ain't gonna want to have shit to do with serving nobody, bitch. You ain't gonna want shit to do with this light and love shit, bitch, because when you really understand how far that can go and how deep that can get, and talk about the transcendence of like your ego and the level of brutality and destruction that the ego would have to be met with in order for you to really enter into a divine state of mind void of the ego. I mean, it would take damn near the fucking destruction of every social construct that you participate in. And Martyrs basically brings its subjects, like that elite group that's trying to discover if there's any inherent meaning to life and trying to understand the afterlife. And if there is an afterlife, they bring their subjects to the brink of death. Like they torture them for an extended amount of time. They deprave them of food, of water. They subject them to assault daily. They deprive them of sensory. So, you know, sometimes you can't see, sometimes you can't hear, and you're starving and you're being beat. And then the final stage of martyrdom in the movie is they subject the target to this brutal skinning. Like they peel the first layer of the skin off the entire body and strip you of that first layer. And then they let you pretty much just sit there and emote in that pain. And there's no anesthesia. There's no type of comfort in this. Like they're giving it to you. They're giving you the torment, the torture.
Hot, bright ass lights and shit on you.
Yeah, like they torture you to the most extreme of level. And so those who they consider martyrs are those who end up having a near-death experience and being received by quote-unquote God or the light, because that translates to this like secret society as, oh, like love is the meaning of life, like acceptance and oneness and like the transcendence of like pain and suffering and egotism and anger and etc. Like they're trying to literally understand the logistics and the science of how this shit works. And so some of the people who they put through these rigorous, brutal experiments, they just died, or, you know, they could not sustain their consciousness enough to have a NDE and then come back and communicate that, etc. So the movie is like very deep in that way. And when I remember after I have stopped, when this movie finished, I was like, oh my God, like what Christ is basically saying is that this whole world is basically that little elite fucking system. And it's going to put Christ's followers, aka the lovers of the world, it's going to, like, this world is going to be brutal upon the righteous. It's going to be brutal upon the meek. It's going to be brutal upon those who love and want order and who respect natural order and respect spiritual order. And this world is going to be disgusting and defiling. And then he was a prime example of somebody who came to martyr for the cause and had to deal with being objectified, brutalized, ultimately homicided, murdered in plain sight for doing nothing more than just that. Being light and fucking love and trying to union people together and bring people together and trying to unify humanity. And you would have thought that he had committed an insurrection or that he had committed some some unforgivable sin, considering what his ending was. So when he was telling other loving beings, realize that to walk in that aura is, of course, amazing. It's noble. It's all of that. And it's also going to be met with great force, because all great light casts equally a large shadow. So in the law of polarity, you can't have all of this without all of the opposite either. And when that opposition comes, continue to look to me like, pick up your cross, think of me, use me as a motivation. Know that when they come for you, they came for me first. Know that when they murder you, they murdered me first. Know that when they oppose you, when they shun you, when they spit on you, when they mock you, when they destroy your reputation, when they do all the things that they can do to you, when they try to dismantle you, just remember they did it to me first. And I can actually respect Christ for being a real ass nigga in that way, and not selling some romantic fairy tale as poetic version of servitude to his disciples, but letting them know, bitch, like, this is also going to be a very hard life, and trying to keep your integrity and your wits and keep your hope alive and keep your character together under that type of assault and under this type of opposition in the world, to IG's point, filled with all these corrupted ass systems that don't want nothing to do with truth or real justice, that cherry picks, that's really designed for the elite and designed for the wealthy, and speaking truth to power and all of that. It's not romantic. It's not romantic. It's not that you're going to be Superman all the time. It's not that you're going to survive all the time. Sometimes your enemies are going to win the fucking battle. The battle may be your fucking very life, but don't worry about that. I got you on that front too, bitch. You're going to exist eternally. Okay. However, walking this life with that vibration in a world that they've designed, not the God that I serve has designed. Yeah, you're going to be hell. I'm in a situation right now where a so-called godly person is trying to penalize me for shining light on their ungodliness. And they want $88 million up out of me. And they ain't going to get 88 Uno cards, yet alone $8 million of anything from me. Like, I'm literally sitting in a situation where I spoke truth to power, and power is wanting to hurt me as a result. But that's the consequence. That's the righteous consequence of standing for something and standing up against abusive systems and abusive power. There's going to be consequences. Now, whether you're going to let that scare you into a shell is up to you. Whether you're going to let that discourage you from doing, quote unquote, the right thing is totally up to you. But it's definitely not some easy road, and sometimes it's going to cost you. Sometimes it's going to cost you, and it will vary what it costs you. Sometimes it's going to cost you severely, sometimes not at all. Sometimes you'll gain even from it. So religion, humanism, I find myself personally somewhere tethered in between them both, because they're kind of one and the same for me. The idea. Go ahead.
Oh no, I wasn't saying nothing.
Reckless, you hit the link. Anything you want to contribute to the conversation?
I just want to give my quick little one too. In terms of Mr. Xavier and all the shit. It's just the classic case of doctrine, being indoctrinated, have a certain belief systems, but yet you also not living it out, and there's inconsistencies and hypocrisies. Sometime back, before this hit the airwaves, I did find out that he was Christian and that was his belief system. So I was already mentally prepared for whatever his belief systems
But
and what
not
he thought about.
Christian enough to go and work for a
Don't worry. Oh, don't worry, bitch. Don't worry. Don't worry, bitch. I'm finna get in his ass, bitch.
Not Christian enough to go and work for a children's hospital.
Right.
But
here's
Christian
the
enough
thing,
to
though.
talk about homosexuals while working for
Right.
a secular studio doing
Right.
secular
So
content.
the thing, but the gag is that you're want to condemn queer people, but you are employed by Queen Sissy himself. Girl, what? You are Miss Perry. Girl, what are you talking about? But I digress. But
Did
I
all
will say
that
this-
just to clock in, got to clock in, take off all his clothes, and grind for Horace.
but here's the thing though, like so I was kind of already like mentally prepared about anything that he probably was gonna say or probably wasn't gonna say, or whatever his belief systems were, or whatever. But because I'm kind of looking at this as a surface level because I haven't really dug deep into like the situation. I'm pretty sure I'll go back and listen to the commentary and stuff. But the way I believe that this probably happened, probably was on live, talking his talk like he normally does. Probably realized a lot of queer people was following him. He was probably talking about Christianity, all the other stuff, and then they got into that conversation and yada yada yada. And this is the same old formula, day in, day out, and it happens time and time again. And from what I've seen, he issued an apology. Girl, that apology is just there to secure your job because, as we all know, allegedly, Tyler Perry is known to execute a character out of his shows. And from what I've seen of Xavier Smith, Tyler Perry is the only person that's booking him from what I've seen, or at least that we know of. So yeah, and also Tyler Perry is a big name. The king of LGBT holds a lot of power, Miss Perry. And I will say this too, I'm not shocked, and I think that when it comes down to Xavier, it's perfect that he's playing Angel because it's literally a reflection of what he's doing right now. You're literally a gay for pay person, exotic dancer, aka stripper within a club, doing what you have to do to survive, and that's exactly what you're doing right here, right now. In terms of your acting career, you are taking on a queer role, dry humping, shaking a tail feather for Horace, but in all actuality, you're not queer. But the thing about it is that you are aligning yourself with queer people, aka Miss Perry, and also you're aligning yourself with a queer role, which you could have turned down. It wasn't like you were forced to do the role. Now, queer adjacent role, but you don't want to, but you made it clear to condemn queer people, but however, you have no problem being connected or being close to queer people as long as it is connected to your dollar, which influenced your apology. So it's a frequency, and it makes sense. He's the perfect for the role because exactly what he's going through right now. Now, in terms of religion and control, I do understand there is a distinction between someone's own personal soul salvation, which means that sometimes people are going to use different methods or have different methods for their own personal soul salvation, aka like religion, or sometimes some people who leave religion for their own personal soul salvation. But I do agree that when it comes down to a system or a society or a foundation of where we all have to live, which means that we're all going to have different belief systems, which means that we're all going to have different backgrounds and walks of life, then the foundation does need to be human rights. That is the common ground. Like the same way people say, well, you can't agree but respect. Okay, cool. So respect people's human rights, which means don't allow your personal belief system to keep me or people like me or other groups, marginalized groups of people, or the other away from resources that contributes to their own well-being, especially when it's not hurting anyone. Man, and the last thing I do want to say, this is a classic case of MK Ultra. Talk about queer stuff, talk about anything that's queer adjacent, and then bring up God. It brings up the MK Ultra and the self-hate and also the hate within other people out. That's really what it is.
Now, Reckless, I will say that he wasn't necessarily like just like going on the talking about the community. He was just talking about like the Bible in general. Because
Yeah, I know.
it wasn't a lot of us in the chat. I just had to post that question. Was it is you mean LGBT members too? And then he kind of just added that in. And then
because
it took a life
Divine,
of its
it
own.
was your screen recording that was uploaded to the blogs because I saw that person typing
Oh.
Yes.
Wow.
It took a
And
life
did you
of
get
its
credit?
own.
on Divine assignment. Period.
Did you get
Yes,
credit for that?
it was only 60 of us in the chat, so I didn't think it was
that man
gonna.
his reparations for getting him caught the fuck
That's
up.
what I said.
Your ass the reason he caught up right now.
Sorry, Xavier, no shade. But I had to post a question.
Wait, what did you ask him exactly?
I was like, so are the LGBTQ are going to hell as well? And then he was talking about just mockers, scoffers. He was talking about the sins in general.
Yeah,
and then he
because
said
he
not
didn't
just.
mention LGBT until Divine typed it into the live stream.
Yeah.
So you the reason.
It was possible
Yeah.
he was going to not list LGBT.
Yeah, you know.
So I will say that I will give him that he wasn't just that coming for the community. And I did explain that in my commentary on TikTok.
I'm gonna be honest. For me personally, I'm not shocked when it comes to straight people anymore.
I am now blocked.
I'm pretty sure you are. But I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna be honest with you. When it comes down to straight people, I'm not shocked. In terms of, I'm actually more shocked when they are accepting, and I'm talking about to its core, not that superficial. Oh, I have no problem with gay people, but then as the conversation continues, you start to realize there's something there, but they don't want to say it. Like you push them up to the edge just to get it out, but they just pull back and they don't want to say what they really feel or whatever. So I'm actually more shocked of that, of when they're actually are doing the work. So for me, honestly, I'm not. I was like, oh my god, Xavier. No, girl, no, I expect it. I'm gonna be honest with you, especially in this system. I expect it because we can't be queer people and realize that, okay, girl, a lot of us have had self-hate. I expect straight people to have some form of disdain or disagreements or different beliefs when it comes to queer people, despite what their reality is, despite that they may be drug dealers, despite they may be a menace to society and all the other, or despite that gluttony has ruined their life, but yet they only want to condemn or conform to that MK Ultra of queer this, queer that God, which activates in their brain and lets them condemn other people. So I'm not shocked. It is what it is, girl. I guess.
Oopsie daisies.
What's your TikTok, Divine?
My TikTok is Divine World. Only got like but so many followers.
And did you get any credit for that at all?
No, shout out to the Jasmine brand though. No shade.
You always got a timestamp. I mean,
I should have time stamped it.
A watermark.
Watermarked
Your content, Divine.
Yeah, Jasmine brand got the most views, so it's like.
See how it is with the gays pay for the allies to come in and they do a
Did I
whole ass job, but you did your damn job and the gays don't get no damn credit. How the fuck?
Put the link,
Put
the link to your TikTok, Divine, in the private chat because I can't find it.
And IG got me over here jealous. All I got is edibles.
Why you
pre-rolls
always
or
be
nothing?
slipping, nigga? You always be slipping. You know.
No, because I was like, I was just gonna be doing edibles, but now it's like watching you make me like, damn, I wish I did grab me something to smoke on.
This some fire, yeah, but yeah, no, like I agree with my brother, Reckless. You know, as you know, I am not
Okay,
surprised
rumors.
on the period.
I got my pre-roll too, sis.
Ganja burn.
Ganja burn.
And then I think about it though too. It also, y'all, could be like, you know, some publicity. Think about it. Tyler Perry is aware of all the allegations. So wouldn't he not want a actor of his to come out and say some religiosity shit? Wouldn't he not want something to come out and appease to? Because remember now, and of course he's of the spicy white community, so he's appealing to those Judeo-Christians. He's appealing to that group of people of what they vote. So I think that this is some publicity that Tyler Perry would have wanted to use to counteract him being engaged with the lady. I don't know her name, y'all, and all that there, but he engaged to a woman. She's beautiful, and also one of his actors coming out saying shit that are sounding like Judeo-Christian. I think it's on brand. I think it's on brand. I don't
And
think
it could
that,
be. People were
yeah.
saying that it could have been a publicity stunt, and it could have been. But my question to y'all is, with him apologizing, I mean, you know, some people are not satisfied, but what does it look like? Like what? Like how? What does that look like? Like, what does making it right look like? If it's not enough for a person to be like, my bad, I'm educated, I apologize for any harm I did. I mean, is there a particular way it should look?
I was gonna say for starters, unblock my ass, but I don't think that's a good idea.
That could be a start. It could be a start.
Because I don't mind having a conversation with them. You know what's crazy? Ironically, me and my friends are coming over there. We're about to have a watch party. We're about to watch the Beauty in Black, the part 2 and season 2 together. And then this happens, literally. So,
oh wow.
Yeah. I was about to get off of here and watch that with my homegirls and stuff.
So I ain't never seen none of it.
Me either. I haven't seen it either yet.
What, the part 2?
It's very much predictable, but it's still good.
It's so good, ain't it?
I don't subscribe to Tyler Perry's anything because it's very predictable for me. And that makes it boring. However, it really is a good show. I cannot lie. That man's mind is like Tyler Mine. That's all I can say. That man done been through some things and still going through some stuff, and he's basically telling us without telling us what he's been exposed to, because baby.
What I like about it is like the representation for like the mass gays. I feel like a lot of like the masculine gays, they feel so underrepresented, and I feel like Tyler's doing like the best. He's like the best one who's doing that for them. So shout out to him for doing that.
But I forgot his name, how he can, like, in my opinion, because people are really unforgiving, and it doesn't matter if a person truly is reformed or not. For a lot of people, they just will not let it down. They won't let it go. But if that apology was coming from a genuine place, which I personally I don't know if it is or it isn't. So I can't say it's not, and I'm not going to say it is. But I think when people get out here and be so flippant and say things that are offensive, in order to truly, truly, truly show that you're genuinely not only apologetic, but empathetic, is to actually put the work out there, and not in a performative way. You know what I mean? Like, do the work behind the scenes, but just as loud as you were and vocal and being wrong, be just as loud and, you know what I'm saying, showing people that you are doing the work. Because when I see people that actually like do egregious things and then they come back and they apologize and then they do all of the performative things, and there's no one that can ever come back and talk about what was done on the back end, it kind of makes me feel like, yeah, this is all performative because everything has to be light, camera, and action. But what are you doing when the lights are off? What are you doing when the cameras are nowhere around to capture those moments?
Honestly, Rumors, I feel like he could live it down, because it's not like he put too much dip on the chip, you know? He could have said more, you know?
Because I'm going to be honest.
I agree too.
You know,
I feel like in the context of what he was saying, really what he was actually really doing, that I feel like went over a lot of people's heads, is he was basically trying to say, like, yeah, the gay stuff is there, but it's a lot of other shit that's there too. Yeah. Like murderers, because
he called everyone out. That's why I respect.
He wasn't even going to, because he wasn't even trying to add the gays until Divine ass had
Divine ass
about the gays. So I'm like, I don't even know if this man's angle was really going to be that to begin with. Like, it's thinking about because it would be pretty preposterous of him to do that, considering the circumstances. You work for Tyler Perry. You are playing the sugar baby of a down low man on sexual television.
Yeah, I'm saying I don't think he cared for real, but I feel like he tried to group everybody. I feel like he tried to talk about all sins. That's why I feel like
he only answered it because like he put it there.
My messy ass.
It was sitting right there and it wasn't going nowhere. So he couldn't act like he couldn't see it. So he had to be like, oh yeah,
I would have ended the live.
But ain't just the LGBT.
There was only 60 of us in the damn live. I didn't think it was gonna go viral. Shit.
Only 60. It would have been zero.
There had to be some truth to in him feeling that way, because then why in the apology would he not say that? Like, you know, that could have easily like just been done away with if he would have spoke to that in the apology. And like, I was just generalizing, whatever the case may be. It wasn't no one particular group of people. I wasn't demonizing her. And he could have literally said that. But in that apology, he talked about how people were educating him and what, what they experienced and this that, and the third. So there had to be some truth in his feelings. Even though he may not intentionally would have went into that, had the mind not asked the question.
Well, that was just a PR statement, though. That was just a PR statement, though.
Rumors. He could have felt like he had to over explain and over empathize in order to really blanket the moment.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest.
I'm good.
Just let me go ahead and be a full-on apologist.
Yeah, because I'm gonna like looking at the video, especially knowing that Divine got this shit all going on. But like looking at the video and stuff, he doesn't give me. I could be right, I could be wrong. He don't give me like he has like a huge issue with the queer community. I'm pretty sure he has like his belief. Like that's why for me it is what it is, because I'm just so accustomed. For me, I'm not gonna get my hopes up for when it comes to straight people.
A lot of guys do that.
I am more surprised when it's the opposite. Like, oh, okay, you a little more. Okay, we'll dig a little deeper. We'll see how much accepting you really are. But right now, you're kind of surprising me. Like for me, it's something small compared to like a Boosie. I'll be all right. It's okay, girl. We know you have a little beliefs. It's okay. We understand. Okay, I'll go by my business. It is what it is. So for me, it doesn't really matter, to be honest. For me personally.
And Angel, if you see this, do not sue me, bitch. I did not know it was gonna go viral, Angel. Okay, no shame. No shame.
Girl. and then the gag is that ass beauty and black is like a hot commodity. Girl, you should have known. You should have known.
I should have known, but I didn't think he was that popping. Like I think, outside of the Tyler Perry universe, I didn't think people was checking for him for real. Like shit.
Well, yeah, I mean, anything attached to Tyler is going, in my opinion, is going to go viral, especially with all that he has going on and allegations and things of that nature. So, anybody that's currently working with him, I mean, look, the picture with him and Marlo floating around, you got people thinking that's his woman. And, I don't know if it's just a publicity stunt or what, just an innocent picture, but people out here making AI videos, making them kiss and all types of stuff. So just,
no, his rep said that him and Marlo just friends. His rep came out and said they just friends.
AI picture.
Yeah.
AI generated picture.
Because I was most definitely looking at that picture like, I said, no, I didn't know Miss Perry was lesbian.
Not the lavender, honey. Not the lavender.
Girl, lavender. Oh, nasty piece of lavender.
Piece of lavender.
I smell lavender soap. You heard me?
Okay. It's giving suave.
I smell lavender Epsom salt.
But honestly, in my personal opinion, I feel like he'll be all right. It's not like he said something extreme. Because the way people was acting, I was expecting like to hear some F words, like you're really gonna burn, and I'm gonna make sure of it, something like that. But
yeah, and then he said nothing afterwards about it. He just left it at that one statement, didn't say nothing else afterwards.
Yeah, because he had to go to the Tyler Perry office. Tyler Perry said, "Come in, little bitch."
Yeah, but because of the temperature in this country, like that's the unfortunate thing. The flip side and the pendulum swing both ways. Something so innocent can be like taken and weaponized against a person. I'm not speaking and saying that that's the case with him, but in general, whatever people are rightfully so overly sensitive, which I feel like is rightfully so, because you cannot it's just really strange, but also really necessary, in my opinion, to be overly sensitive. You cannot no longer walk around just taking things and making things so lightly, because you don't know who you got to watch out and look out for. Even though I personally ain't going to be walking around in fear of nobody or whatever the case may be, but you just don't know. Like, people out here, people are lunatics. And we surrounded by a lot of lunatics, even, just going in the grocery store. You know what I mean? So you don't know, the mindset of a person, even to the people that are close to you in this time. Like, everybody walking around like a ticking time bomb, and you just don't know. So that's just the harsh reality of the times that we're living in because of the bad energy that's roaming the earth. It's getting worse and worse out here. And I guess for some people, if they don't could do the shadow work, or for those of us that are doing the shadow work, if we don't continue to do it, like you will walk around here like in a fear-based psychosis, because you don't know if you turn around if the boogeyman gonna be right there on your back, and that's a harsh reality.
Mm-hmm.
We can't have we can't have simplicity no more. We can't, you know what I mean, relax and just play, oh, it ain't about nothing or whatever the case may be, because you just don't know. And that's unfortunate for both sides of the coin. For those that genuinely it's innocent from their behalf, they have no malicious intent. And then the flip side is for those people that don't want to just be looking at everybody and demonizing everything, picking apart every little thing. But you know what I mean? You don't want to place yourself in a position where you ignore the signs.
Ain't it kind of ironic though that his voice sounds like that soundbite that everybody use, like when they say, God loves you so much that He'll make you, He loves you so much He's gonna bury you in hell. His tonality, what I got from it, wasn't like homophobic. I got this, but it was religious psychosis across the board. I didn't really think he was focusing specifically on the LGBTQ, but still, this is still in itself a problem
Mm-hmm.
that you are calling out and making the moral conduct from what you think is something that is divine. And
Mm-hmm.
this is, that's where I still take the issue. He could have not said not one fucking LGBTQ specific thing, even in the chat that was never entered. I would still take the issue with it because you didn't come up with these ideas and philosophies on your own. No, this has centuries of being dominant. And this is where the part where people don't get to just tell me it's my emotion and my feelings. Well, no, sweetheart. Tell me that you're leaning on something that's not institutionalized with the government and the system, and then you can talk to me about how independent and spiritual you are. Until then, I'm not buying any of it.
Well, for me, across the board, because I don't have to pick apart, you know what I mean, like what specifically, who he thinks the person, the type of people, or who he thinks is going to hell or anything like that. It's dangerous again because the fear mongering, the fear base of what you're putting out there. And honestly, I see why, like I said, because of him being attached to Tyler Perry, I can see why people will take this and run. And I can actually see the stories that are going to come out, these false narratives. I can imagine people that are writing that right now and coming up with the concept, these false narratives of he's talking about Tyler Perry. You know what I'm saying? And trying to align that with the accusations and things of that, like trying to make it something deeper than it possibly
Actually
is.
is. Mhm.
And that's why I go back again to what I was saying much earlier, and being careful, because you can believe whatever you want to believe, but be careful in how you verbalize what you believe, and not trying to demonize others that may not have the same belief system as you. We're all individuals and entitled to believe whatever we choose to believe in. But even with that, I be calling people out all the fucking time because people don't believe even what the fuck they spout. They don't.
Yeah.
Their actions show me something different all the time.
Especially when you're in his position, because it's like you have consumers, and you're gonna have consumers from all walks of life, and especially with the show like the one that he's present on, you're gonna have people from all walks of life. Like you're gonna have the queer people there. You're gonna have the women there. You're gonna have the straight men there. Like you're gonna have people from all walks of life. So reading the room and realizing, this the reason why Beyonce don't do interviews now. Anything? What's your opinion on? Oh, I ain't got none. Click. Like I said earlier, that Divine Top, it was only 60 people. It would have been 0 by the time I'm done. I would have ended the live. Okay, see you later, guys. Later. especially like reading the room, especially knowing sensitive or like, especially in this time and era of who we have in office and stuff like that. It's going to be a very hot commodity and a hot topic, and people are going to be very touchy about it because these are people's real lives. So yeah, reading the room, like, oh, y'all make sure y'all go check out Beauty in Black. I'll talk to you guys later. Click.
I think it did end abruptly. I think it did end shortly after that.
I'm pretty sure it did because I most definitely would have ushered Divine to go out of here.
We were just
time to go.
No, I stayed in the live. We just kept talking, and then like it was a short live for real. It wasn't even that long of a live.
So what did you think of Divine after he gave you that answer? So then, like, what did you make of the response?
I just kind of rolled my eyes. I'm like, okay, whatever. You know, it's like, shit. Don't ask the questions you don't want the answers to. You know, it is what it is.
You can't tell the bitch published it.
Right? Okay. I just had to ask. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna ask. You know, and I didn't think nothing of it. It's like, okay, because like I said, I give him props for like not just singling us out, because so many like Christians, they'll single us out while they, you know, they'll sweep all the other sinners under the rug. So he was calling out everything, and he said not just the LGBT. He did try to say not just. He said no, you know, all y'all hoes. You know, so he did try to clean it up a little bit. He tried to clean it up.
Is there anybody here who think that homosexuality is wrong on any type of level, unnatural, immoral?
When I was a believer of the Abrahamic and because of the reinforcement of the institution of the society around me, I used to go through the whole, you know, oh, I'm trying to pray it away because when I internally believed and thought there was an actual God and Jesus. But see, that wasn't just the only thing, you know, that was connected, but the reaffirmment of how it is able to be treated and looked at and taunted and how you are. So it, you know, because the Bible says, you know, the Christians believe that it's a living word, and it was living real to me because of that. So, and when I was underneath that genjutsu and that reinforcement within myself, that reaffirmed why it was a problem, not because I internally felt that way. But at that time, did I internally feel that way? It feels so good now to feel free. You know, I'm so glad for the true deliverance of those psychosis dreams are gone and everything. I don't have that boogeyman and that thing, that infinite Tsunomi. If you're a Naruto, you know what I'm talking about. I broke that genjutsu. So that's why I know that, yes, when I was underneath that, that's when I believed in what you called body, subconscious, and spirit. That that's why I believed it was wrong, because it was reaffirmed not just through my feelings, not just through my anecdotal experience. No, I can see through the culture and institution and things how it happened in this life that went to why I felt and thought it was wrong.
You know what's interesting? I think I am a unicorn. I never felt. No, I never, being a PK kid and all of that, I really thank God for the well-balanced, toxic, and healthy environment, like church culture for myself. Because I didn't have, I seen it in other churches we fellowship with, but I didn't come up in that, you know, browbeating and you know, condemnation and you're deemed for hell and this is wrong. And everybody was like, I said all the time, everybody in my church was all family, like married into integrated baby mamas, baby, and everybody was doing like, it was just interesting to go home, see the same faces, and you see how they live it outside of the church, quote unquote, and then you go back to church, you see how they, you know, operating and moving in church and all of those things, whatever. I just saw a bunch of humans, honestly, that just were like, as Conscious was saying, my mama used to say, working out their soul salvation. It was like a repetitive thing or whatever. So I never, like, even with my sexual desires, I never felt condemned. I I didn't even have all the language or whatever, but I know in my heart, I never felt condemned. I never felt it was wrong to lust after, to any of those things. I was literally having human, experiences, and I just never felt condemned by it. Like, and I thought that anybody that, because I'm not going to act like I did not see people being condemned. It just wasn't in my church per se, but in the other churches that I fellowship with, when people were being condemned, I always thought it was just very hypocritical, because the people that was condemning them, I knew what they were doing behind closed doors. You know what I mean? So for me, it was always like, okay, these people are projecting to, you know what I'm saying, to make sure the spotlight was never going to be on them, for them to be exposed. So I understood the manipulation of it all. And it just didn't work for me. Well, that's why I said, like, I was really, truly a unicorn. It didn't bow me down, but I was affected by watching others go through those experiences and be like what they call, quote unquote, the church hurt thing, watching them be hurt and broken down and made to feel like they weren't good enough and they were damned, like, for, hell and things of that nature. It just was always like, I was very clear. This is manipulation.
But even when it wasn't just to that extreme, though, baby. But that's what to the conversation when I was on the panel the last time. And I'm just saying this, and I'm not invalidating your experience, but you as a cisgender female, this is where you have a different type of privilege, to where I will not have as the Nelly biological cis homo male, especially being black. You're gonna experience it differently because of the dynamics of how it is, and the patriarchy and how it's set up. That's the reason why it will be internalized differently. Because it wasn't like I just had ultimately, oh my God, every Sunday. But no, it's that court jester, that pokeball thing I was talking about. It's like when everybody, all of the heterosexuals need to feel good about their soul salvation after they done drunk, fucked, molested, and lied. You're now the person that you will be now used in as the court. I'm your whooping boy and your court jester. So it's a different experience systematically, where you, of course, you would have a different experience and experience that. But if you talk to most of the cis homo biological black men, the experiences can vary. But this is why I say that too, though. This is why it can't just be a universal thing. It is a thing to where it is whatever that system, doctrine, whatever there is, their doctrine they stand on, everyone has a specific pick and choose that they do with that thing there. So it wasn't like it was like always being told, but yes, you are the thing. You always kind of know, and it's always just understood. It's not something like, things are like being told that you're gay or you're a girl and all of these different things before you not even think about none of that shit. But because of heterosexuals have a certain indoctrination in the gender binary that and gender construct that they have to follow. Once they do that, they even impose things on you before you're prepubescent, while you're not even thinking of those things. So that's why it's kind of like, no, we do have a heaven that speaks to that consciousness, heaven and hell. That's why people want to say, I don't have a heaven and a hell to put you in. Bitch, you's a motherfucking lie. Because while you get to go ahead and get to propagate yourself, you feel good sitting in your soul salvation, getting to look down, and it's affirmed, not in heaven, not in hell. No, it's affirmed right here and right now. So you do get to put people and pick and choose when you want to make their construct or their experience a hellish one or a heaven one. We all do. But when you think that yours is divine, oh, you are like to commit all sorts of atrocities.
Well, that's ego. That's ego.
Yeah.
That's ego. And
Yeah, but it's not. Yeah, but that ego thing ain't just your ego. It's institutionalized ego. It isn't just of your personal. No, 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 no. What I'm talking about, I'm articulating, is something not just because of your feelings. No, you have the ideals of these things because it is a system. It is a code. And no one, and even nature itself, because Mother Nature runs on a system, a time, and seasons, and everything. We as humans have chosen and are picking and choosing the system, even what you call God, religion, science. We are inputting the data. And when you have a thing which tells humans that their data is beyond what they can explain and it is justifiable, and that is morality. Well, baby, you got something that is dangerous. We got centuries worth of we have centuries worth of the outcome of what that looks like, John. So to me, at this point, I think we are all, insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and having the same conversations. It's like we're still having to do the same thing over and over and over again because we all want to think that, yeah, we're some type of special egotistical feelings that is connected to some source that we cannot explain, but therefore is justifiable to determine what is happening now. This is why, for a person that, like myself, I say I don't walk around, like I said, scared, but yes, being free from religion also and understanding that understands that I'm literally walking around ticking time bombs.
It's ironic that we're talking about religion and all of that because I'm doom scrolling on Instagram, listening to y'all, and this post says church attendance amongst Gen Z has surged 4 times, rising from 4% in 2018 to 16% in 2024. New data suggests something unexpected is happening with Gen Z. After years of declining religiosity, surveys now show a noticeable shift. A growing number of young people say they believe in God, and church attendances has also begun to rise. Some researchers link this to the mix of factors: uncertainty in the world, search for meaning, mental health struggles, and a desire for community in an increasingly digital life. Unlike previous generations, Gen Z isn't necessarily returning to religion in a traditional way. Many describe themselves as spiritual first, exploring faith on their own terms rather than simply following institutions. Still, the numbers point in the same direction. After decades of decline, interest in faith amongst young people may be making a steady comeback.
Can I speak to that? Because that's actually interesting that you actually came across that. Sometime back, I had an experience like that. Because that's, if you may or may not know, grew up in the church. You already know how that was for me. Self-hate, took everything with very heavily, did not have any historical context to the biblical text, didn't have a spiritual context. Girl, just took it for what it was, bitch. If you was a drug dealer that turned into a preacher, you could teach the Bible without any prior teaching or learnings, anything like that. But after I left the church and after I went through my own spiritual awakening and after I went through having more of an understanding of the biblical text in terms of my own identity and the identity of others, and having some sort of knowledge of the history of how the biblical texts have evolved, whether in a good or a bad way, it has evolved from in terms of translations and how the misinterpretations of the Bible, etc., etc. I ended up having a situation with my friend, he ended up having some issue, whatever. I ended up visiting him. And when I was visiting him or whatever, he was going through a hard time. He went to church. Now, I have not been to church in years, baby. It's been a couple of blue moons, and I skipped a couple of blue moons in between those since the last time I've actually been inside of a church. The only time I probably ever been inside a church is when it's someone's funeral. That's essentially what it was. But I went inside and they were talking about just everything up under the sun, and I had no feeling. Because now when I'm inside of inside of church, I feel empowered because I know who I am, and I know it's nothing that you guys can tell me, nothing you guys can say to me that's gonna have me look or believe anything else. Like, I know who I am. I know the real truth behind said scriptures that you guys are teaching or reciting. And so when I was in the church at that specific point in time, I was able to like literally eat the meat, spit out the bones. Oh, okay, yes, I should be doing good in life. Oh, yes, I should be doing that. But right there, that little sentence you said right there is a little inaccurate, but I'll just throw it out with the rest. But everything else, all that good stuff, I'll take it and I'll go about my business and stuff like that. So that is very interesting that you read that because I did have experience like that. That's what I speak to. That's it.
Yeah, because me and Bubs ironically was talking about this the other night. And so it was interesting to come across that article because I think that AI, social media is really kind of spiritually corroding at relationships and human bond now that things are becoming more artificially flavored and artificially infused, and everybody kind of gets to create an avatar of themselves, which I think is what the interesting fallout of social media is. And people get to prefer that persona rather than their actual selves. And I can see why Gen Z, because I always say that if I was born into their generation, like my head would be, I mean, I would be fucking cooked. I mean, I'm a millennial, and social media, coming into the social media age from the old world, is like night and day. And I cannot imagine this being the reality I start off in. Like, I can't even take transitioning into this shit, yet alone this being the way the world is set up. So I completely understand why them niggas are searching for something that's non-GMO, that's searching for something sentient and something of substance, and searching for a true sense of connectivity and romance. I mean, all of the numbers around Gen Z are kind of like weird. Like, they're not having sex, aka I translate that as they're not really experiencing intimacy. Things are kind of existing at a very surface level. Gen Z also is known, I guess, due to social media, to actually be very socially awkward in real life, because they're not really cultivating great social skills as a result of the real world kind of being replaced. I mean, it's just like all type of interesting changes happening within that generation, and I'm really curious to see where it's all going. And even in this conversation around God and religion and the role that play and doesn't play, and how that can be used and not used, is interesting. That Gen Z is kind of upticking God, which I know that they're making synonymous to, once again, like connection more so than it is about religious order of any kind. And I wonder what we're going to do with all this. Like, what are we going to do with the fact that people are searching for something deeper? They're searching for a deeper meaning. They're searching for something beyond a vibe, something beyond the tangible. And how integral this is to human connection, because I think we largely do think that connection is like a luxury more so than a connection. More so a luxury than a necessity. And we think sometimes that our authentic selves are luxury rather than necessary in this life for the sake of our mental well-being. And I'm basically saying that you do need real community, and you need a real sense of self to have cultivated in order to have a really strong mental health foundation. And
Absolutely.
I feel really bad for Gen Z in that way.
No, it's absolutely necessary, right, wrong, or indifferent. It is absolutely necessary to show up and be authentically yourself. If you think about the pressures being performative, carrying around and like wearing a mask all the time, every day, for the benefit of others and not yourself. Like, can you imagine what that does to people? And we have fatigue in all other areas of our lives, right? Now you have it in a way that it is really not necessary. Because for me, when I think about people not being the true beings that they are, my heart breaks, because it's like, why do you feel it necessary? And I know why it is being done, but the ultimate why. Do you feel it necessary to acquiesce and perform for others when they're not doing the same for you? Like, why are you putting so much on yourself to be something that you're not, to appease other people? And when the roles are reversed, they're not going to do the same for you. In reality, most human beings are doing that. And there are human beings that are doing this that they are not even aware. Like, we often from time to time mention being in the Matrix. Is literally like, and I was so happy. I watched the first ever Matrix movie like damn near 100 times. I can quote line for line. It was so polarizing. And I don't, have you guys ever, like, well, Conti was talking about, you and Buzz was talking about the movie and how it was like basically the effect it had on you. That's what the Matrix did for me. The Matrix scared me into reality. It was so like unbelievable that it was believable. Like, because the stuff that was going on was just like, I'm really watching like people every day do the same thing. It's like IG was saying, being repetitive, doing the same thing every day and complain, have the same complaints to everything, but nothing is changing. And they don't even realize it's the same thing over and over again, and no one has decided to disconnect. So I unplugged from the Matrix. And I was afraid because I was taught and conditioned to be afraid of the unknown. I am no longer afraid of the unknown. I can find peace. And I know, like, I think it is wonderful. Like, I'm going to tell you something. People that don't search for knowledge, don't ask questions and actually do the work and go looking, and they just settle on what they can tangibly, like, you know what I'm saying? Not necessarily learn, but what's tangibly been taught to them, to me, are the dangerous people. Like, anyone that is not out here searching to evolve, to learn more, because there's levels in life. I believe that is the reason for our creation, to continue to evolve and transcend beyond what we think we know. Those type of people are dangerous to me. I'm like, okay, because you're comfortable and you don't desire change. This is where you want to be. So you're not my people. I have to go over and migrate to people that want to evolve, that are open. Doesn't mean that you're going to follow. You can open and not practice, but are open to learning and evolving into something greater than what we are. Yeah, that's my little 2 cents.
Hey y'all, I actually got to get off on here. Yeah. I gotta get down, yeah. But
Devon,
thanks, Conscious. I have to get down.
Devon,
Yeah.
you never did put your TikTok in the back chat.
In the back chat?
Yeah.
Oh, hold on.
In the private chat. I couldn't find it when I was looking for it myself. Oh,
yeah.
Oh, well, how was I going to find it spelled like this? All right, Devon, thank you for coming up.
Thank you. Thanks again. Thanks, Rumors, for coming up here with me. Thank
You're welcome.
Thanks. Good to talk to you, buds. Good to talk to you, Reckless.
Yes.
Y'all have a good night.
You too.
Good night.
And add me on TikTok.
I gotta get out of here too. Yes. I'm gonna put a Devon link in the chat for everybody to follow Devon on.
A very upcoming content creator myself. So
come through.
On period. Yes. Subscribe to Devon's or on TikTok. Y'all. I just posted his link to the.
I'm trying to screenshot it.
All right, y'all have a good one.
Good night, bro.
This was amazing. We always travel, as always, through consciousness and through ideas and thoughts. Bubs, anything that you wanted to add? Because you've been quiet for some time.
Yeah, I told you, because I be in student mode just listening to other people's perspectives.
And probably ain't learned a damn thing.
Girl, you
Exactly.
Let's just move on. Let's just move on. No, because I was gonna respond to you the way that Reckless do, but I'm not gonna do that.
Yeah.
And that's exactly why a Reckless is returning to church now.
Oh,
Gary got me fucked up.
See, I need to start talking like that.
Running back
I'm just
to the
playing.
Lord now.
Gary got me
No, but
fucked up.
I enjoyed the conversation as always. Again, listening to other people's perspectives, it helps me to become better within myself because I don't know everything.
Willing to form up against the Kane like Voltron. You see how the ops are always ready to jump out of these bitches.
Lord, it was a good conversation. I really enjoyed it. And I wasn't expecting to be live this long. I thought it was gonna be like an hour and a half, 2 hours, but this was always a good conversation over here. So, I appreciate it.
Well, I want to say, hey, Reckless. I don't know if I spoke to you earlier or not, but I miss you, and I don't know what the hell you waiting on, but let's get with it.
Bye
Get the content together.
Gotta get some water.
IG, I enjoyed you as always, Bubs and content. Like, I'm just appreciative because this was my Sunday service. Y'all know I don't fool with the brick and mortar and all of that. I do appreciate conscious. Like, you just, I don't care who piss you off, what they do. You better never not or ever abandon us like Reckless did. Keep the content coming.
I think one thing that I have proven is that I'm definitely not like these hoes.
Because, Reckless, you ain't loyal. I get it. You got a job, but, you just abandoned us or whatever.
Maybe if I could tell you a story, but I ain't gonna do that because I can't.
It's okay.
Yeah.
But I'm being a hypocrite because I don't push out no content either. So,
Well, you bring all the content over here to us.
Yeah. But I love you guys. I love y'all so much. And don't y'all forget to drop your offerings off at the King's feet.
Yes, please.
Yes, God.
Supposed to be having one on the way.
Good night. Love and light, y'all.
Hey, good night, boo. IG.
What's that? Excuse me.
My love.
Yes, it's always a pleasure, y'all. Like I literally woke up out of my sleep.
Baby, you are with the Father, Son, and the Holy Daughter.
Yes,
and I love every bit of it.
Yes, baby. When I tell y'all that it's always a pleasure to wake up and to be stimulated, in such a way, like you know what I'm saying, like oh my goodness. So I appreciate y'all, fellas and ladies and stuff like that, like. This right here,
appreciate you.
This is I love the different perspectives and the being able to, I've always quoted and said that, I accept people because of our differences. That's true acceptance. We don't get nowhere while just trying to see similarities. That's no compromise there. You have to see the differences in people, and then you accept and coexist through those differences.
Yeah.
And then you have true acceptance. And I'll let that be my final words. I love y'all.
Amen.
Have a great
love you too, IG.
You the same too.
That was our IG, y'all. We done spun the block. Bubs, you want to tell the folk?
Yes. As always, you guys can find me here on YouTube, Bubs the God, Instagram, Bubs the God, Cash App, $, Consciouztv. Again, make sure y'all stay tuned. I have content coming up. I have some things going on the back end that is very exciting, which means that even the quality of my content is most likely going to enhance dramatically. So I'm excited to show you guys what I have in the works for this coming year. And as always, thank you, CTV, for facilitating such amazing conversations as always. Thank you.
I do what I can.
Yes, you do.
You guys have a great Sunday.